Well, Comparison page compares them all and finds that these are the best four. The Santa Cruz Shredder, the old Maple 1-3, the Brilliant Cut Grinder, and the Flower Mill. The Santa Cruz Shredder wins in terms of consistency. The Brilliant Cut and the Flower Mill can keep up with it using their fine blades. The old Maple has a little bit coarser grind, but still at a medium. The old Maple spins as fun as fuck. It's stainless steel. Brilliant Cut is aluminum or stainless steel. Flower Mill is aluminum or stainless steel. Santa Cruz Shredder is aluminum. Santa Cruz Shredder comes in some different sizes. These two come in some different sizes, and the old one comes in some different sizes. Compare all the beat grinders on my website. With over 600 beat tapes in my collection, it makes sense that I would collect beat grinders too. My grinder comparison page compares them all and found
Might go for a walk. Too sick. Too sick. Pretty sure it was fucking poisoned. Morning. Legend. Your stomach food. Lucky I got this. Fuck yeah. Shout out the Bundaberg ginger beer. Oh, they left. People do that. Why sub? I don't know why they sub. They don't hang in there. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck it was. Was it that chicken thing or that thing that I fruit gave me? It was almost going to go. I'm feeling pretty good. Oh, thank God. Now I'm dealing with a stomach thing. I was sweating so much last night, it was fucking ridiculous. Hmm. What is that?
Let us begin by understanding the true nature of belief. Belief, my dear listeners, is not merely a fleeting thought or a hopeful wish. It is a state of consciousness, a living, breathing reality within you. When you truly believe, you are not simply entertaining a possibility. You are embodying a certainty. You are living from the end, experiencing in your imagination the fulfillment of your desire as an accomplished fact. Now, you may ask, Neville, how can mere belief make everything possible? To answer this, we must first grasp the fundamental truth of our existence. Consciousness is the only reality. The world you perceive around you, with all its seeming solidity and permanence, is nothing more than an outpicturing of your own consciousness. It is a shadow, a reflection of the beliefs and assumptions you hold within. When you change your beliefs, when you alter the contents of your consciousness, the world has no choice but to conform to this new inner reality. It must. For there's no other power in the universe save that which beats within your own heart, that which resides in your own magnificent human imagination. Consider for a moment the things you currently believe to be true about yourself and your world. Perhaps you believe that success is hard to come by, that love is elusive, that abundance is for others but not for you. These beliefs, whether you're conscious of them or not, are shaping your experience at this very moment. They are the invisible architects of your life, constructing your reality brick by brick, experience by experience. But here's the wonderful truth, my friends. Just as you have accepted these limiting beliefs, you have the power to accept new, empowering ones. You have the God-given ability to choose your beliefs, to select the assumptions upon which you will build your life. And when you exercise this power, when you dare to believe in the fulfillment of your heart's desires, you set in motion forces beyond your wildest dreams. Let me share with you a principle that has the power to revolutionize your understanding of belief and manifestation. It is that the feeling is the secret. When you believe that something is possible, truly possible for you, you experience a distinct feeling. It is a feeling of naturalness, of brightness, of course this is mine. This feeling is not one of anxious hoping or desperate wishing. It is a calm. It is the feeling of one who knows that their good is already theirs, who understands that what they desire is already accomplished in the realm of infinite possibilities, waiting only for their acceptance to be made manifest in the world of form. To cultivate this feeling, to nurture this belief, you must make use of your imaginative faculty. For your imagination, my dear friends, is nothing less than God in action within you. It is the creative power of the universe, localized and individualized in you. When you use your imagination to create a scene that implies the fulfillment of your desire, when you enter into that scene and experience it as real, you are exercising your divine prerogative as a co-creator with God. Let me give you an example to illustrate this principle. Suppose you desire financial abundance. The common approach would be to focus on the lack of money, to worry about bills, to stress about how to make ends meet. But this approach only perpetuates the experience of lack. Instead, I urge you to do this. Close your eyes and imagine a scene that implies your financial abundance is a present fact. Perhaps you see yourself confidently paying all your bills with ease. Perhaps you imagine a conversation with a friend where you casually mention your flourishing bank account. Or maybe you feel the joy and freedom of making a significant donation to a cause close to your heart. Whatever scene feels most natural to you, enter into it. Feel the relief, the gratitude, the sense of security that comes with financial abundance. As you imagine this scene, as you feel the reality of it, you are planting a seed in the fertile soil of your subconscious mind. This seed, nurtured by your belief, watered by your feeling of naturalness, will grow into your physical reality. Remember, my friends, your subconscious mind does not distinguish between what you vividly imagine and what you actually experience in the outer world. To your subconscious, they are one and the same. Now, some of you may be thinking, but Neville, I've tried to believe before. I've tried to be positive, to think good thoughts, but nothing changed. To this I say, fleeting surface-level affirmations are not enough. What is required is a fundamental shift in your state of consciousness. You must become the person who already has what you desire. You must live from the end. This, my dear listeners, is the art of assumption. When you assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled, when you walk and talk and think from the standpoint of your desire accomplished, you're aligning yourself with the creative power of the universe. You're stepping into the role of the person you wish to be. And in doing so, you compel the outer world to reflect this new inner reality. Let me share with you a story that illustrates the power of belief and assumption. I once knew a man who had been unemployed for months. He had applied for countless jobs, gone on numerous interviews, but to no avail. With each rejection, his belief in his own employability diminished, and his outer world faithfully reflected this belief. One day, after hearing me speak on these principles, he decided to apply them. Instead of continuing to search desperately for a job, he began to assume the feeling of being gainfully employed. Each night before sleep, he would imagine himself driving to work, sitting at his desk, interacting with colleagues. He felt the satisfaction of a job well done, the security of a regular paycheck. Within 2 weeks, he received a call from a company he had interviewed with months ago. They had an opening and thought of him immediately. He was offered the job on the spot at a salary higher than he had initially hoped for. This, my friends, is the power of belief in action. When he changed his assumption, when he dared to believe his employed state, the outer world rearranged itself to match his inner conviction. Now, I want to address a question that may be arising in some of your minds. You may be wondering, if everything is possible when I believe, does that mean I can believe in anything, no matter how fantastic or improbable? Yes, absolutely yes. Remember, the world you see around you is nothing more than an outpicturing of consciousness. The laws that seem to govern it, the limitations that appear to constrain it, exist only because you have given them power through your belief. In the realm of infinite possibilities, which is the true nature of reality, there are no limitations save those you accept in your own mind. The only boundaries are those you draw with your own beliefs. When you truly grasp this truth, when you internalize it and live from it, you will understand that nothing, absolutely nothing, is impossible to you. Consider the great innovators and visionaries throughout history. These were individuals who dared to believe in possibilities that others dismissed as fantasy. They held fast to their vision even in the face of ridicule and opposition. In doing so, they reshaped the world. They did not bow to the limitations of consensus reality. Instead, they used the power of their belief to bring into manifestation that which had previously been deemed impossible. You, my dear friends, have the same power within you. You have the ability to reshape your world, to bring into being experiences and achievements that others might label as impossible. But to do this, you must be willing to stand firm in your belief, even when the outer world seems to contradict it. You must be willing to walk by faith and not by sight, trusting in the invisible reality of your imagination more than the visible facts of your current circumstances. Let us delve deeper into the mechanics of this process. When you choose to believe in the possibility of your desire, when you assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you are actually shifting your entire state of consciousness. You are moving from one state to a state of lack, or wanting to another state of fulfillment. This shift in consciousness is far more than a mental exercise. It is a repositioning of your entire being. It affects not only your thoughts, but your emotions, your energy, your very vibration. And as you maintain this new state, as you consistently occupy this new position in consciousness, your outer world must, by the immutable laws of creation, begin to reflect this shift. Think of it like this. Your consciousness is like a radio transmitter, constantly broadcasting a signal to the universe. This signal is composed of your beliefs, your assumptions, your dominant thoughts and feelings. The universe, like a cosmic radio receiver, picks up this signal and responds by orchestrating events, encounters, and circumstances that match your broadcast. When you change your beliefs, when you assume a new state, you are essentially changing the frequency of your broadcast. And just as surely as changing the station on a radio brings in a different program, changing your inner state brings about a different outer experience. Now, I want to address a common stumbling block that may encounter on this journey of conscious creation. Often, when people first hear these teachings, they become excited and immediately try to believe in the biggest, most audacious desires they can imagine. While I applaud this enthusiasm, I must caution, true belief is not something that can be forced or faked. You cannot trick your subconscious mind. You cannot fool the universe. If you try to believe in something that feels utterly foreign or impossible to you, you will only create inner conflict and frustration. Instead, I urge you to start with what I call the art of the possible. Begin by choosing beliefs that stretch you slightly beyond your current experience, but not so far that they feel completely unattainable. As you successfully manifest these smaller desires, as you prove to yourself the power of your belief, you will naturally expand your sense of what's possible. Your faith will grow, your belief will strengthen, and you will find yourself capable of assuming states that once seemed out of reach. Remember, my friends, this is not a race. It is not a competition. It is a journey of self-discovery, a process of unveiling your own divine nature. Be patient with yourself. Be gentle, but also be persistent. For with each belief you successfully embody, with each desire you bring into manifestation, you are expanding your consciousness and increasing your power as a deliberate creator. Now, let us address another crucial aspect of this process, the role of action. Some misinterpret these teachings to mean that belief alone is sufficient, that one can...
Yeah, no shit. Oh, wait.
simply sit back and wait for their desires to manifest. While it's true that the inner work of consciousness is the most important part of the creative process, it does not negate the need for inspired action. When you truly believe in the possibility of your desire, when you fully assume the state of your wish fulfilled, you will find yourself naturally inspired to take actions that align with this new state. These actions will not feel forced or stressful. They will not come from a place of lack or desperation. Instead, they will feel natural, joyful, almost effortless. This is because when you are living from the state of the wish fulfilled, you are allowing your expanded consciousness to guide your actions. You are tapping into a wisdom beyond your limited ego mind. The actions you take from this state will be far more effective, far more aligned with the realization of your desire than any amount of frantic doing from a state of lack or need. Let me give you an example to illustrate this point. Imagine you desire a romantic partnership. You could spend your time desperately searching for love, going on countless dates, trying to force a connection. Or you could assume the state of being in a loving relationship. You could feel the joy, the companionship, the deep connection in your imagination. From this state, your actions would be very different. You might find yourself naturally engaging in activities you enjoy, radiating a sense of fulfillment and self-love. You might find yourself more open, more approachable, more authentically yourself. And in this state, you are far more likely to attract the right person into your life, often in ways you could never have planned or anticipated. This, my dear friends, is the dance between inner states and outer actions. When your inner state is aligned with your desire, your outer actions become a joyful expression of that alignment, rather than a desperate attempt to fill a perceived lack. Now, I want to address a question that often arises when discussing the power of belief. What about other people? Can my belief change their behavior or override their free will? This is a profound question that touches on the very nature of our shared reality. Remember, my friends, that everyone in your world is you pushed out. They are reflections of your consciousness, playing roles that correspond to your beliefs and assumptions. This does not mean they are not real or that they don't have their own consciousness. Rather, it means that your experience of them, your interaction with them, is shaped by your own state of consciousness. When you change your beliefs about someone, when you assume a new state in relation to them, you are not manipulating them or overriding their free will. You're simply shifting to a parallel reality where they behave in accordance with your new assumption. In essence, you are choosing to experience a version of them that aligns with your new state. This understanding has profound implications for all your relationships. It means that if you want to experience a change in someone's behavior towards you, the most effective approach is not to try to change them directly, but to change your own assumptions about them. As you hold steadfastly to this new assumption, as you live from the state where they are as you desire them to be, you will find your experiences with them transforming, often in ways that seem miraculous. Let's take this principle even further. When you truly understand that everything is possible when you believe, you begin to take full responsibility for your entire life experience. You recognize that every circumstance, every encounter, every event in your life is a reflection of your own consciousness. This realization is incredibly empowering, for it means that by changing your consciousness, you can change anything in your life. Are you experiencing financial lack? Look to your beliefs about money and abundance. You find yourself in unfulfilling relationships? Examine your assumptions about love and your own worthiness. Is your health less than optimal? Consider your beliefs about your body and its capacity for well-being. In every area of your life, you have the power to choose new beliefs, to assume new states of consciousness. And as you do so, as you consistently embody these new states, you will watch in awe as your outer world reshapes itself to match your inner convictions. Now, some of you may be thinking, this all sounds wonderful, Neville, but how do I maintain this belief? This new state of consciousness when my current reality seems to contradict it. This, my friends, is where the real work begins. This is where you must exercise your spiritual muscles, where you must demonstrate your faith in the unseen reality of your imagination over the apparent facts of your physical senses. Remember, your physical senses show you only the effects of past beliefs and assumptions. They show you where you have been in consciousness, not where you are going. If you wait for your outer world to change before you change your belief, you will wait forever. You must have the courage to believe in the reality of your imagined state, even when your senses deny it. This does not mean you ignore your current reality, or pretend it doesn't exist, rather. It means you give more importance, more attention, more emotional intensity to your desired state than to your current circumstances. You acknowledge your present situation, but you do not give it power over your imagination. One powerful technique for maintaining your desired state in the face of contradictory circumstances is what I call living in the end. This involves creating a short, symbolic scene that implies the fulfillment of your desire and returning to this scene repeatedly throughout your day. For instance, if you desire financial abundance, your scene might be looking at a bank statement showing a large balance, or shaking hands with someone who is congratulating you on your financial success. The specifics of the scene are not as important as the feeling it evokes. As you return to this scene again and again, as you step into it and feel it as real, you are reinforcing your new state of consciousness, strengthening your belief in the possibility of your desire. Another powerful tool for maintaining your belief is gratitude. When you cultivate a deep sense of gratitude for your desire as if it were already fulfilled, you align yourself with the frequency of having rather than wanting. Gratitude is the feeling of your wish fulfilled. It is the emotional state of one who knows their good is already theirs. Practice feeling grateful for your desire throughout your day. Give thanks for it as you wake in the morning and as you lay down to sleep at night. Let gratitude infuse your entire being. For when you are truly grateful, you cannot simultaneously feel lack or anxiety. Gratitude and faith go hand in hand, each reinforcing the other. Now, my dear friends, as we delve deeper into this exploration of the power of belief, I want to address a common misconception. Many people, when they first encounter these teachings, believe that they must maintain a constant state of positive thinking, that they must never allow a negative thought to enter their minds. This is not only impossible, but unnecessary. You are human. And it is natural for doubts and fears to arise, especially when you are stretching beyond your current experience. The key is not to eliminate these thoughts entirely, but to not dwell on them, to not give them power. When a doubting thought arises, simply acknowledge it, and then gently return your attention to your desired state. Think of it like this. Your mind is like a garden, and your thoughts are the seeds. You cannot prevent birds from flying over your garden, but you can prevent them from nesting there. In the same way, you cannot prevent every negative thought from crossing your mind. But you can choose not to nurture these thoughts, not to water them with your attention and emotional energy. Instead, Focus on planting and nurturing the seeds of your desired reality. Water them with your attention, fertilize them with your emotion, tend to them with your consistent assumption of the state of wish fulfilled. As you do this, these seeds will grow strong, eventually crowding out the weeds of doubt and disbelief. Remember, my friends, belief is not a one-time event. It is not something you do once and then sit back and wait for results. Belief, true belief that makes all things possible, is a practice. It is something you cultivate daily, hourly, moment by moment. It is a way of life. A constant choosing to align yourself with the reality you desire to experience. As you embark on this journey of conscious creation, of living from the state of your wish fulfilled, you may encounter resistance from those around you.
No, it's too painful. It was fixed. Yep. Oh, morning. Just chilling. Hope you're having a good morning. All that. Grand rising. I was sweating like fuck. All fuck last night. Definitely had some kind of poisoning. I don't know if it was Macca's. There was the other thing that I ate. It was guy making it. A bit sketchy. I thought I was a bit sick before I had the Macca's. I don't know. I'm gonna just keep having hot showers as well to like fix this thing. That's when I normally do everything. 7 a.m. I got a few jobs. Water plants. Do worm farms. That's when I used to do that. The reminders are still there. But I think I'd be better off maybe with one of the other ones in the block. It has a courtyard instead of the carport area. So I want to set up my own little spot like outside that's kind of, you know, enclosed or whatever. But maybe that does have that. I'm confused because like one of the bedroom windows looks out onto like the other person's courtyard, I think. What's the point, no? Or is that courtyard? I'm confused. You know? Fucking, it might look on Google Maps. It's just a fucking suss it out. So yeah, actually I'm gonna go get my ginger beer because that helped a bit, except for it made me like throw up a bit. Hopefully I'll hear back from you soon. You gotta take it easy though on that, like, let it. If you've got a weird stomach, don't scull it. Alright, let's have a look. Look at you. Oh, hey. You in there? Drop a chat, say hi. Rick, Ginger, how's it going, man? Yeah, fuck yeah. It like got the last bit of it out, like whatever the fucking that was. Like, had the first sip of it and I started dry reaching. I was like, holy shit. It works quick. If there's something funky still in there, you need to chuck it out. I don't know what it was. Anyway, I'm gonna look at these units. Yeah, it's kind of trippy. Hmm. Yeah, okay. Maybe I could just use the whole driveway. Ah, interesting. It might be all good. Those trees aren't going anywhere. Anyway. What do you have to do a screenshot though? What am I going to do this? I'm going to try and do something and then you can see what I'm talking about. You having breakfast, Rick? What are you having for breakfast? Normally have breakfast about 8. Breakfast is 8 and tea is at 8. That's my time. Usually I like to get like stuff done. But I'm injured. I'm in the mood to do shit now. Like, it just sucks. I need to rest a bit more and start smashing shit out. Normally I like to do a few jobs or something like, the worm farm, water the garden, whatever gardening shit. I'd have like a distilled water thing that I'd like get going, so I'd have like 2 litres of distilled water at least that day for me to drink. Like I bought that. I've still got that. It's still good. I just need to buy the crystals to like clean the fucking residue off in the thing, right? And that's the best water you can have, distilled water, I reckon. We'll fuck around for like an hour and we'll have breakfast at 8. What the? Oh, that sucks. Huh. The cleanup's really shit at the moment. Why can I not go back? Oh, wait. That sucks. Try it again. Wow, why are you doing so shit? Whatever. Wow. Okay, maybe. Oops. That's a good. Wow, why does it do that for? I'm better off just drawing it. Yeah, okay, this is good though. Okay, now to the pen. That one. Not that one. Rick, just quickly logged in, seen live. Just getting ready to go to work. Got 20 before head off. Gonna get Macca's probably on the way. Or bakery. Yeah. Watch out for that chicken fucking thing. I don't know. I think it was cooked before, but it could have been Macca's. I'd go bakery. So many different choices though when you go bakery. You like fucking pie or whatever, like heaps of things. This is the tiny little courtyards, man. They're tiny. I feel like put it black. Here to that. This is the back. I kind of fucked with it so you can't tell, so no one can tell where it is. That would be good at shit. Right, this is the back. So this is the roof at the top here. And so like one has like a driveway. That's a driveway. And then there's like a roofed area. That's like the one I want, or the one I'm going for. But it's a building that goes to about here. That's the edge. And then over here is the other edge. So there's courtyard, 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 and then courtyard driveway. It's like a double driveway, but a carport, basically. And then that's the road. But this is out in the open. I could put plants here maybe, but like maybe I'd be better off with one of these ones, because there's like that much space. And then there, and that's another one there. See that? What do you reckon? Well, the one I'm going for is basically like 2 cars and one's got a cover. So I don't have a car. The other person that wants that one might have a car. They might want it parked in there, but then they've got less room. Like if I get the one, I don't know, can I just laden the whole like driveway to like footpath with pot plants and have like a little like walkway coming in kind of thing, like to my back door kind of thing? But it's kind of still all open kind of thing, like it's. But I could make a like little nature thing in the driveway because I don't drive. So like here, like that's the road. There's the road here, and then that's the next house or whatever. No, that's the front. That's the front part of the yard that goes like around, and those streets are here. But like, I could make this like pot plants going in. Do you know how many? I don't know if I'd let me do that. I can probably put those planters out the front, but I've got so many planters. It's really ridiculous. That's the thing, I've got too many pot plants, soil, and all that. And a roll of smoke, and back in a sec. How long are you going to be here for? I'll just say that, 20 or something? Yeah. Where'd that dog? Oh, I keep putting it. Good. I'll put the socks back in. Lots to think about. I might just give shit away. I might just have to like get rid of some stuff. Or like sell it, you know, like move down this way. But like put stuff out the front and like maybe put prices on it and shit. I'll just have it all there and only really one place I can maybe take it, and it's up the road to someone's house. That helped me last time. They can just at least keep all my garden shit there like they did last time. And I can just go up there and like fuck around and maybe figure out what I'm doing. And like sell, like, I don't know, maybe grow some plants and put them in pots and then sell them. Not just like normal shit, whatever. I'll keep most of it like somewhere else. That's all I need to do is I just need to find somewhere where I can put like pretty much all my gardening shit so I can kind of go there whenever and just fuck around with it and have a little bit at my house. like the worm farm shit and like whatever else. You know. So I was doing really well with that, and then I got distracted into a whole other thing, you know. It's hard maintaining like 5 hobbies at once, you know. 5 things or something like that. You know, it's hard. It all got replaced by like me having to figure out some other shit. The walks, they all got replaced by doing the walks. Sorry, I'm able to turn this off, but last night I had to put it back on, I reckon. It'll fuck itself eventually. I need to get a better setup. Maybe there'll be a fucking phone line. I didn't even check for that. Amazing. Imagine if there's an actual phone line. Holy fucking shit. Isn't that compulsory these days? Like, or not anymore? Did they get rid of that? I thought that was actually still like a compulsory thing. Like you had, like when you rented a place out. It's probably good. It's probably not anymore. Like it had the phone. You know, like it had a phone line and one of them cheap phones, like for an emergency. Because that was the only way. But now everyone uses mobiles. They probably got rid of that rule. Because you can't do really anything in this world without having a phone number. So how did you actually get the place? You've already got a phone. Yeah, so they just went and got rid of it, I reckon. I don't know. It was compulsory to have it before. Look, I'll make it look good. I'll just have all pots there, but I won't have anything in them growing. Maybe I can make friends with someone locally that I can do gardening shit with them. It has a property, like a backyard. I'll be like, oh, here, have all this or whatever. I don't know. Honestly, don't know where all that shit's gonna go. Or what was gonna fit on that driveway. I'll just have to look at the lease, you know, like whatever. Like I don't have time to fuck around. Like it's pretty hard to even get a place now. So like you just gotta take it. And that shit might just sit somewhere until I get the housing trust place. That might be sick. But it might be miles away. Then I'll have to just change everything again. lots of things going through my mind, Rick. Lots of things. 5 more, then got to go and have a good day. Peace. I'm off now. Did I catch that in time? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I did. Peace out, Rick. Have an awesome day. Looks alright. Yeah. Cheers, bro. Have an awesome day, man. I'm probably just gonna chill for a bit and relax. I kind of want to do some shit around here, but I'm gonna find out what's going on with those supports. I'll probably talk to that Carly later. Let's see what's happening. They could use their supports maybe just to like drive shit down there in a car. Yeah. Or maybe one of them can have a ute. Or I could hire a ute using the transport fund. I don't know if I can use that. If anyone can drive a ute, like one of the support workers could just drive it. Put it, they'd have to put it in there. I don't know how that would work. You've had some way of, anyway, it'll happen. It'll all be fine. Let people help. It'll be fine. It's already done. What am I talking about? I'm already there, chilling in my backyard with all my shit, my privacy. Fuck yeah. Even though it's not really private, it's like people can see from the road. Not really private, but I'll put like, I don't know, I think I might go like ferns or some kind of tall brushy thing that you can kind of keep in a pot that adds like a cover, I guess. I'm not sure if they're going to let me do that though, because I might fuck up, like, change the cement. Like, I probably can't really do anything really there, to be honest. Like on the driveway. That's why I'm thinking maybe one of the other ones, like, cause it'd just be safer, because then I can't, like, get in trouble for, like, putting too much shit around, because I've only got that space, and it's pretty much, yeah. Like, they've got, like, little patches of lawn. The other one there, that's all dirt there. Like, maybe I'm better off with one of those little sections. Don't know. Sucks, man. You can't get like a proper house. For like, with a decent backyard, like, or like just 1 or 2 bedrooms with a decent courtyard thing. Too many thoughts.
Friends, family, even your own habitual patterns of thought may seem to conspire against your new understanding. This is natural and to be expected. The world around you is accustomed to your old state of consciousness and may initially resist your attempts to shift to a new state. Do not let this deter you. Remember, everyone in your world is you pushed out. Their resistance is simply a reflection of your own doubts and fears. As you stand firm in your new state, as you persist in your assumption of your wish fulfilled, you will find that the world around you has no choice but to conform to your new consciousness. This persistence, this unwavering faith in the face of apparent contradiction, is what separates those who truly manifest their desires from those who merely wish and hope. It is the difference between those who live lives of miraculous achievement and those who remain bound by the limitations of their past beliefs. Now, let us address another crucial aspect of this process. Detachment. Many of you, in your eagerness to manifest your desires, may find yourselves obsessing over the when and how of your manifestation. You may find yourself constantly checking for signs, anxiously awaiting the physical proof of your desires' fulfillment. But remember, my dear friends, attachment to outcomes is a form of doubt. It is an implicit statement that you do not truly believe in the reality of your desire. For if you truly believed, if you were living completely from the state of wish fulfilled, you would feel no need to anxiously await its manifestation. You would know with unshakable certainty that it is already yours. This is why I often say, live as though you have it. When you can completely relax into the feeling of your wish fulfilled, when you can go about your day secure in the knowledge that your desire is already a fait accompli in the realm of infinite possibilities, you open the way for its swift manifestation in your physical reality. Detachment does not mean you don't care about your desire. On the contrary, it means you care so deeply, you believe so completely, that you can rest in the absolute assurance of its fulfillment. It is a state of peaceful expectancy, of calm certainty. It is the feeling of one who knows their good is already theirs and is content to allow it to unfold in divine timing. As you practice living from this state of calm assurance, you will find that your manifestations come about in ways that are often surprising and delightful. The how and when of your desires' fulfillment will often exceed your limited imagination. For remember, the infinite intelligence of the universe has access to possibilities far beyond what your rational mind can conceive. Your job is not to figure out how your desire will manifest. Your job is simply to assume the state of its fulfillment, to live from the end, and to allow the creative power of the universe to bring about its manifestation in the most perfect way. Now, I want to address a question that often arises as people begin to experience success with these principles. They ask, Neville, if everything is possible when I believe, does that mean I can manifest anything, no matter how grand or seemingly impossible? And to this I say, yes, absolutely. Remember, my dear friends, the only limits that exist are those you accept in your own mind. The universe is infinite, and you are a divine being with access to all the power of creation. When you truly grasp this, when you fully embody this truth, you will understand that nothing, absolutely nothing, is beyond your ability to manifest. With great power comes great responsibility. As you begin to grasp the true extent of your creative ability, it becomes crucial to examine your desires carefully. Ask yourself, is this desire in alignment with my highest good and the highest good of all? Does it come from a place of love and expansion, or from fear and lack? Well, you see, my friends, When you understand the power of your consciousness to shape reality, you also understand that you are responsible for everything you create. There is no one else to blame, no external circumstances to point to. You are the author of your life story, the creator of your reality. This realization can be both liberating and sobering. It means that you have the power to create a life beyond your wildest dreams. But it also means that if you are experiencing circumstances you do not desire, you must look within to find the source of these experiences in your own consciousness. As you continue on this journey of conscious creation, of living from the state of your wish fulfilled, you will find that your desires themselves begin to evolve. As you experience the joy of manifesting your initial desires, as you prove to yourself the power of your consciousness, you will naturally begin to desire experiences of greater expansion, of deeper fulfillment, of more profound service to others. This is the natural evolution of consciousness. As you grow in your understanding and application of these principles, you will find yourself desiring not just personal gain, but the upliftment of all humanity. You will begin to see yourself not as a separate individual striving for personal success, but as an integral part of the cosmic whole, using your creative power for the benefit of all. And this, my dear friends, is where the true magic happens. When you align your desires with the highest good of all, when you use your creative power in service of love and expansion, you tap into a power beyond anything you've previously experienced. You become a channel for divine creativity, a vessel through which the infinite intelligence of the universe can express itself in ever more beautiful and harmonious ways. As we near the conclusion of our time together, I want to leave you with this final thought. The power to believe, to assume the state of your wish fulfilled, to live from the end is not just a tool for manifesting material desires. It is, in essence, your birthright as a divine being. It is the means by which you fulfill your highest purpose, express your truest self, and contribute to the ongoing evolution of consciousness. When you truly believe that everything is possible, when you live from the state of infinite potential, you become a beacon of light in the world. Your very presence inspires others to question their own limitations, to reach for their own dreams. Your life becomes a living testament to the creative power of consciousness, a demonstration of what is possible when one dares to believe. So go forth, my dear friends, with this knowledge burning brightly within you. Know that you are not bound by the limitations of your past, by the constraints of your current circumstances, or by the doubts of those around you. You are a divine creator, capable of reshaping your reality in accordance with your deepest desires and highest aspirations. Believe in the power of your consciousness. Trust in the reality of your imagination. Live from the state of your wish fulfilled. But when you do, when you truly embody this state of being, you will find that everything, absolutely everything, is possible. The entire universe conspires to bring your desires to manifestation, often in ways more wonderful than you could have imagined. Remember, the feeling is the secret. Fulfilled. Nurture it with your attention. Feed it with your emotion. Protect it from the doubts and fears that may arise. As you do this, as you persist in this state, despite all apparent contradictions, you will watch in as your outer world reshapes itself to match your inner conviction. And as you experience success, as you manifest your desires and reshape your reality, remember to share knowledge with others, not through preaching or proselytizing, but through living example. Let your life be a testament to the power of belief. Let your achievements inspire others to question their own limitations and reach for their own dreams. For in truth, my dear friends, when you understand and apply these principles, when you live from the state of your wish fulfilled, you become a co-creator with the divine. You step into your true power as a conscious, deliberate creator of your reality. And in doing so, you contribute to the ongoing evolution of consciousness, to the gradual awakening of all humanity to its divine nature and infinite potential. So go now, with this knowledge burning brightly within you. Believe in the power of your consciousness. Trust in the reality of your imagination. Live from the state of your wish fulfilled. For when you do, you will find that truly, when you believe everything is possible, The entire universe is yours to shape, to mold, to create in accordance with your highest vision. Remember, you are the operant power in your world. You are the one who decides what is possible and what is not. Choose wisely, believe fully, and watch as miracles unfold in your life. For you are, in truth, the very power of creation itself, individualized in human form. Embrace this truth, live from this understanding, and step into the magnificent, miraculous life. That is your divine birthright. Go forth and create. My dear friends, the world awaits your conscious command. Everything is possible when you believe. This is the truth that will set you free, the knowledge that will empower you to live the life of your dreams. Embrace it fully, embody it completely, and watch as your world transforms before your very eyes. For when you believe, truly believe, everything is possible.
Trust the universe to give you what you need, for nothing is withheld from you except by the limits of your own belief. Life is not a cruel game where you are left abandoned, struggling for scraps, fighting to claim what should never have been denied you in the first place. Life is a mirror, reflecting to you what you dare to hold within your imagination. And the universe is not an enemy but a faithful servant, responding to the command you give it in the silence of your heart. To trust the universe is to trust yourself, for you and the universe are not separate. What you carry in consciousness, the universe must project on the screen of your life. The difficulty arises when you look only at appearances. You see the bank account balance, the bills stacked high, the relationships in disarray, the body that feels tired, the opportunities that seem distant. You see these things and assume they are the truth. You think the universe has withheld from you what you need, but appearances are only shadows. They are echoes of old states you once occupied. To make appearances your master is to chain yourself to the past. The truth is not what you see now, but what you dare to accept as already yours within the unseen realm of imagination. The moment you trust that unseen power, the moment you allow yourself to rest in the assurance that the universe provides, things begin to shift. Circumstances rearrange, people appear, unexpected calls come. The very fabric of your world bends to fulfill what you have assumed to be true. For the universe does not resist. It only reflects. It is not against you. It is simply awaiting your inner command. To trust the universe means to relax into the knowing that what you desire is already given. It does not mean you sit passively waiting in despair. It means you act from the confidence that all is working in your favor. That even when the path looks hidden, it is unfolding perfectly. A seed buried beneath the soil shows no sign of life to the eye, but within it has already cracked open, already reached toward the light, already destined to bloom. So it is with your desire. It may not appear yet in the world, but within the unseen, it has already begun. How often have you worried that your needs would not be met? How often have you lived in fear of lack, in doubt of tomorrow, in the anxious search for security? And yet, how many times has the universe already carried you through? Look back over your life, and you will see that you have survived every trial, risen from every fall, been sustained even in moments you thought you would break. You were always provided for. You were never abandoned. The very fact that you stand here now is proof that the universe has never failed to give you what you needed. But here is the mystery: the universe does not give according to begging, but according to believing. To plead desperately for your desire is to affirm that you do not have it. To affirm lack is to perpetuate lack. To see yourself as poor, as struggling, as overlooked, is to command the universe to echo that vision. But to trust, to assume, to believe, this is the true prayer, the silent decree that must be fulfilled. When you dare to live as though you already are who you wish to be, the universe has no choice but to conform. What you need is not out there somewhere, waiting to be granted. What you need is already within you, waiting to be claimed. Your imagination is the creative power of the universe individualized in you. When you imagine with feeling, you plant the seed of reality. When you persist in that inner knowing, you water it. And when you rest in trust, you allow the unseen process to complete itself without digging up the seed to see if it has grown. Think of the times when life seemed against you, when doors closed, when opportunities slipped away, when people left. At first you may have cursed the universe, believing it had denied you. But later, with time and clarity, you realized those closed doors led you to something better. The relationship that ended made way for the one that fulfilled you. The job you lost opened the path to a higher calling. The rejection that stung redirected you toward your true purpose. The universe was never against you. It was guiding you, aligning you, reshaping you to receive what was always yours. To trust the universe is to believe that even the apparent setbacks are setups for your greater good. What if nothing is truly against you? What if every moment, every twist, every delay is part of a divine orchestration, moving you toward your fulfillment? Then you would cease resisting. You would stop doubting. You would live in the calm assurance that everything is unfolding for you, not against you. Your task is not to figure out how the universe will do it. Your task is to decide what you want. Assume it is already so, and rest in that conviction. The how, the when, the where, these belong to the infinite intelligence that governs all. To worry about the process is to step into confusion. To trust the process is to step into peace. Imagine the farmer who plants his seed. He does not dig it up daily to check its progress. He waters it, protects it, and trusts the unseen forces of life to bring it to harvest. So must you treat your desires. Perhaps you need money. Perhaps you need love. Perhaps you need healing. Perhaps you need clarity. Whatever the need, the universe already contains the supply. There is no shortage in infinite abundance. The only barrier is the wall of disbelief you build in your mind. Tear it down with trust. Live as though your need is already met, and soon the outer world will reveal what you have already claimed within. You are never asking for too much. The universe is limitless. The only limitation is what you believe you can receive. If you ask for a small thing but doubt it, you block it. If you ask for a great thing but believe it, you will have it. For the universe makes no distinction in effort. To manifest a penny or a million is the same. To heal a scratch or a disease is the same. To attract a stranger or a soulmate is the same. The only question is, do you trust? Trust is not passive resignation. Trust is active faith. It is the boldness to live from the end, to embody the feeling of the wish fulfilled, to walk with the confidence that what you seek is seeking you. It is not waiting hopelessly, but moving as though it is already yours. When you walk in that trust, doors open that you could never have forced. The phone rings at the perfect time. The opportunity arrives effortlessly. The solution appears as if by magic, but it is not magic. It is law. It is the unfailing response of the universe to the command of your inner state. Consider this: when you trust the universe, you radiate a different energy. You speak differently, walk differently, act differently. You no longer grasp in desperation, but you move with quiet assurance. People feel this. Circumstances align to this. Life bends to this. The universe mirrors this. That is why trust is the secret key. Without it, you block the flow. With it, you open the floodgates of abundance. You may wonder, how can I trust when I do not see it yet? But that is the very essence of trust. To believe without seeing. To know before the evidence. To rest in the unseen. If you wait until the evidence appears, you are no longer trusting. You are merely observing. Trust is what brings the evidence. The unseen creates the seen, never the other way around. Close your eyes and dare to imagine your desire fulfilled. Feel the joy of already having it. Breathe in the relief of the need already met. Rest in the gratitude of the answered prayer. As you dwell in this state, trust that the universe has already answered. From that moment, let go. Stop checking. Stop doubting. Stop fearing. Live in the end. Walk in the confidence of the answered prayer. This is the true act of faith. There will be moments when the old reality still echoes. The bills may still come. The body may still ache. The loneliness may still whisper. But do not waver. These are only remnants of past states. They are shadows fading away. Trust that your new assumption is already forming. Persist in your inner knowing, and the outer must bow to it. The greatest gift you can give yourself is the confidence that life is on your side. No more struggle. No more resistance. No more fear. Trust the universe, and you will see that every need is already met. Every desire already answered. Every dream already fulfilled. The world is not against you. It is responding to you. Align with trust, and the response will be abundance, peace, joy, and fulfillment. So I ask you now, will you continue to fight appearances, or will you trust the unseen? Will you believe in lack, or will you rest in abundance? Will you cling to fear, or will you embrace faith? The choice is yours. But know this, the universe has already said yes. Your part is simply to believe it. Trust and you will receive. Trust and you will see. Trust and you will see. Trust and you will live the life that was always meant for you. The universe is faithful. The universe is abundant. The universe is you. When you awaken to this truth, you no longer measure your life by the outer conditions, but by the inner conviction. You no longer ask, will I be provided for? But instead declare, I already am. You no longer say, I hope it comes, but instead affirm, it is mine now. And as you dwell in that inner certainty, the outer must bend to reflect it. This is not wishful thinking, but the creative law of life itself. You see, the universe is not deciding whether you are worthy. Worthiness was never the question. You were born worthy. You remain worthy. Nothing you have ever done or failed to do has altered your worthiness. The only question is whether you will trust enough to receive what has always been available. Imagine standing in front of a fountain of endless water, yet holding your cup upside down. The fountain does not stop flowing, but your position prevents you from receiving. The moment you turn the cup upright with trust, the water pours in effortlessly. Think about how many people live their entire lives with their cup upside down. They pray, they plead, they struggle. Yet all the while they live in doubt, in fear, in disbelief. Their actions may appear spiritual or diligent, but their inner state is one of lack, and the universe must mirror lack back to them, for it is impartial. It only reflects the position of the cup. If you want to change your life, you must change your inner position, from doubt to trust, from lack to abundance, from fear to faith. The mind will protest, saying, but what about reality? What about the facts? What about the evidence before me? And yet what you call facts are merely past creations, echoes of former states of consciousness. They are not permanent. They are not truth. They are passing shadows. If you persist in new assumptions, new facts will arise, new evidence will appear, and the so-called reality will be rewritten. The only constant is consciousness. Trust that what you assume now is greater than what you see now. There is a deep rest that comes when you truly trust. You no longer wrestle with life. You no longer force outcomes. You no longer panic at delays. You walk calmly, knowing that unseen hands are arranging everything for you. You speak with confidence, knowing that your words are creative. You imagine with certainty, knowing that what you hold inwardly must one day appear outwardly. You rest because you know the work is already finished in the invisible. You are only waiting for time to reveal what is already true. Trust transforms your entire relationship with life. Instead of seeing the universe as something to conquer, you see it as something to collaborate with. Instead of believing that success is achieved by toil and struggle, you realize it is received by alignment and trust. Instead of fearing tomorrow, you welcome it. For you know tomorrow can only reveal the seed you plant today. And since you are planting seeds of abundance, joy, and peace, tomorrow must reflect those very things. Look closely, and you will notice that those who live in lightness, they are not burdened, they are not bitter, they walk with ease, even when challenges appear.
Wow. Let's stop back there. I fell asleep to that shit. I don't know if it's my modem doing shit or like someone else doing shit. That's happened twice now, like when I've fallen asleep, just like, can't. Weird. No, we didn't even get to hear all that. Like, we just got cut off.
The next step, and as you take it, the universe unveils the following one. Many live in the illusion that they must control every detail of their lives. They cling, they manipulate, they exhaust themselves in trying to bend reality by force. Yet the harder they push, the more resistance they meet, because they are fighting against the very flow of life. Trust is the opposite. Trust allows. Trust surrenders not in weakness, but in wisdom.
Trust understands that the universe is infinitely more intelligent than your limited reasoning, and it is always orchestrating the perfect unfolding. Think of the caterpillar. Within its cocoon, it appears that nothing is happening, yet an invisible process is at work, transforming it into a butterfly. If the caterpillar could reason, perhaps it would doubt, perhaps it would cry out in fear, believing itself trapped, believing life had abandoned it. But the process is not one of abandonment, it is one of transformation. And when the time is right, the butterfly emerges in beauty. This is the way of the universe. When you trust, you allow the invisible process to continue, until at last the beauty that was hidden within is revealed. There are moments in life when what you need most seems delayed, withheld, or even denied. But delay is not denial. Delay is often preparation. The universe is not slow, it is precise. A desire may be ready in your heart, but are you yet prepared to receive it? Sometimes the universe withholds what you ask for, not because you are unworthy, but because you are still being shaped to hold it. A great blessing without the readiness to sustain it may turn into a burden. But when you trust, you allow the process of preparation. And when the blessing arrives, sustaining it with joy. Think of a child demanding to drive a car. The parent does not deny the child forever, but only until the child has grown enough to handle the responsibility. The car is already there. The road is already there. But the timing matters. So it is with your desires. Trust the timing, for the universe knows when you are ready, even more than you do. Trust that every apparent delay is shaping you, growing you, aligning you, so that when your desire arrives, it blesses you and does not break you.
To trust the universe is to trust the unseen connections that are always at work. A phone call delayed may line up the perfect conversation at the perfect time. A rejection today may align you with a greater opportunity tomorrow. An encounter that seems accidental may open a door that no planning could have arranged. Trust weaves these threads together, for nothing is random. Everything is part of the pattern. The universe wastes nothing. And notice how trust changes not only the outcomes, but your inner life. When you trust, you sleep peacefully instead of tossing in worry. You speak words of gratitude instead of words of complaint. You radiate calm assurance instead of restless anxiety. And as you change inwardly, your outer world reflects that change. People are drawn to you. Opportunities flow to you. Solutions present themselves. This is the paradox. When you stop forcing, life begins to flow. When you stop doubting, answers appear. When you trust, you unlock doors that fear had kept closed. Some believe that to trust the universe means to relinquish all desire, to accept only what comes. But this is misunderstanding. Trust does not deny desire. Trust fulfills it. Desire itself is the voice of the universe within you, urging you toward expansion, urging you toward the greater life that is already yours. You were not given desire to torment you, but to awaken you. Desire is the seed, trust is the soil, and faith is the water. Together, they grow into manifestation. Ask yourself, what would change in your life if you truly trusted? Would you not walk lighter? Would you not release the constant weight of worry? Would you not speak more boldly, act more freely, love more openly? Would you not create without fear of failure, knowing that the universe supports your every step? This is the power of trust. It frees you from the prison of fear and opens the door to infinite abundance. And remember this, trust is not only for the extraordinary moments, it is for the everyday. Trust that the small things will be taken care of. Trust that the conversation will go smoothly. Trust that the errand will unfold with ease. Trust that even when plans shift, they shift in your favor. As you cultivate trust in the small, you strengthen your faith for the great. Each small act of trust is a stone laid in the foundation of an unshakable life. Picture for a moment a gardener walking through a barren field. To the untrained eye, the soil looks empty, lifeless, without promise. Yet the gardener does not despair, for he knows that seeds are already hidden beneath the surface. He waters them, tends them, speaks to them with faith, and trusts that though he cannot see them, life is stirring beneath the soil. He does not dig frantically to check if the seeds are sprouting. He does not question every day whether the process is working. He trusts the unseen forces of nature, and in due time, green shoots break through, blossoms unfold, and fruit appears. So it is with you. Your desires are the seeds,
Imagination is the planting, persistence is the watering, and trust is the patience that allows them to bloom. Think of the contrast: one who doubts digs up the seed every day to see if it is growing. He becomes restless, impatient, convinced that nothing is happening. He disrupts the process and destroys the growth. But the one who trusts rests, knowing that the unseen is as real as the seen. He continues his life in confidence, and the harvest arrives in perfect season. Which of these gardeners do you wish to be? The restless one who lives in anxiety, or the trusting one who lives in peace and receives in abundance? Life is a tapestry woven with threads of both visible and invisible forces. You see only a fragment, a corner of the cloth, and from that limited perspective, it may appear chaotic, tangled, without design. But step back far enough, and you would see the pattern emerging, the colors aligning, the beauty revealed. Trust is living as though you already behold the full tapestry, even when your eyes see only threads. Trust is believing that every thread, every event, every circumstance, every encounter is part of a greater design working for your good. You have been told that to achieve success, you must labor endlessly, sacrifice without rest, and struggle through hardship. Yet notice how many who live this way are weary, drained, and still unfulfilled. Their struggle is not a requirement of life, but a symptom of mistrust. They do not believe that the universe supports them, so they rely only on their own strained effort. But those who trust, though they may work diligently, move with ease, with flow, with inspiration. They are carried, guided, uplifted. Their results seem disproportionate to their effort, for trust multiplies what action alone could. You have also seen those who walk through storms with calmness. While others panic, they are serene. While others collapse in despair, they remain steady. What is their secret? It is trust. They have learned that even the storm is temporary. Even the winds and rains are shaping them. Even the lightning reveals flashes of direction. They trust that beyond the storm is clear sky, and because they hold that assurance, they endure with strength. The storm passes, they are still standing, stronger, wiser, deeper. Consider the river flowing to the sea. It does not worry about the bends, the rocks, the detours. It does not fear that it will lose its way. It flows, it adapts, it trusts that gravity will carry it to its destination. And no matter how many twists and turns, no matter how many obstacles lie in its path, it always arrives at the sea. Trust in the universe is like this. Your life may take turns you did not expect, paths you did not plan, but if you trust, you will arrive at the fulfillment of your destiny. The current of life is carrying you, and resistance only exhausts you. Trust allows you to flow. You may say, but I have trusted before and been disappointed. Look closer. Was it trust, or was it conditional hope mixed with fear? True trust never fails, because it is rooted in the unseen law that what you assume inwardly must be expressed outwardly. Perhaps you grew impatient. Perhaps you looked only at appearances and declared the seed dead when it was still germinating. Perhaps you shifted back and forth between faith and doubt, planting and uprooting the seed repeatedly. Do not call this failure of trust, call it lesson. Now you know. Now you can stand unwavering. Now you can truly trust without compromise. Trust is like breathing. When you breathe, you do not question whether air will fill your lungs. You inhale with confidence. In the same way, when you live in trust, you do not question whether your needs will be met. You know the universe is your supply. Just as oxygen is invisible yet sustains you, so the unseen substance of life sustains every desire. The only difference is that most people have trained themselves to trust in air, but doubt the abundance of it. Once you transfer that same natural faith to your desires, manifestation becomes as natural as breathing. Every great vision, every great invention, every great achievement in history was born of trust. The pioneers who ventured into unknown lands, the artists who created works unseen before, the dreamers who shaped civilizations, all trusted in what was not yet visible. They dared to believe, to imagine, to act as though it were already so. And the universe responded, because it must. If their trust had been absent, the vision would have died within them, never to touch the world. Trust is not optional for greatness. It is essential. Think of a musician standing before an empty hall. At first there is silence. The chairs are vacant, the stage dim, the audience absent. Yet the musician does not despair, for he trusts that when he plays, the sound will fill the hall. He lifts the instrument, he breathes,
and notes arise. The empty space responds, echoing the music, carrying it to corners unseen. Trust is like this. When you dare to play the music of your desire within, the universe cannot help but respond, amplifying your song until the whole of life reverberates with it. Trust is the bridge between desire and fulfillment. Without it, you stand on one side, gazing at what you wish for, yet never reaching it. With it, you walk across with certainty, step by step, until you stand where you once only dreamed. Doubt robs you
Just
of
resting
movement.
today.
Fear freezes your steps.
I don't want to
But
fuck
trust
my
carries
injuries
you
up.
forward even when the bridge is hidden in mist. For you
It's
know
getting
that
better.
as you take
My
each step,
stomach's
the
sore.
next will be revealed.
Okay.
Do you recall the times when you worried endlessly about outcomes, and yet in the end, all turned out better than you imagined? The worry was wasted energy. It drained you, yet it did not shape the outcome. What shaped the outcome was the alignment of forces far beyond your limited control. And had you trusted, you would have spared yourself the suffering of anxiety. Trust does not change only results. It changes your experience on the way to the result. With trust, the journey becomes peace, even before the destination is reached. There is an old story of two farmers who prayed for rain. One prayed with desperation, constantly checking the skies, doubting, complaining, declaring that the drought would ruin him. The other prayed with trust, then went out and prepared his fields, plowing the soil, planting the seeds, arranging the channels for water to flow. Which of these farmers received when the rain came? Both perhaps, but only one was ready to receive the blessing fully. Trust prepares you for what is coming, because it knows it is coming. Doubt paralyzes you into inaction, so that even when the blessing arrives, you are unprepared to receive it. This is why trust must be embodied, not only spoken. To say I trust while acting in fear, while living in worry, while making decisions from lack, is not true trust. True trust moves you. True trust changes your posture, your speech, your choices. It makes you behave as though the desire is already accomplished, because inwardly you know it is. You no longer hoard from fear of shortage, for you know supply is endless. You no longer chase desperately after people, for you know the right ones are drawn to you. You no longer shrink from opportunities, for you know the universe supports every bold step you take. Trust makes you magnetic. People sense it. They are drawn to the calmness, the certainty, the quiet authority that comes from one who knows life is for them. This is why those who trust often seem lucky. Doors open for them. Breakthroughs appear for them. Opportunities seem to chase them. But it is not luck. It is law. They have aligned with the flow of abundance through trust, and abundance flows to them as naturally as water downhill. Even in the smallest things, the principle holds. Consider how often you misplace something. A key, a paper, a tool. You search frantically, grow frustrated, declare it lost, and the more you panic, the less you see. Then you pause, breathe, release the tension, and suddenly, almost effortlessly, you find it before you. What changed? Not the object. It was always there. What changed was your state. The shift from doubt and panic to quiet trust opened your awareness. If such a small example reveals the power of trust, imagine how much greater it is in the larger affairs of life. There is another image. A sailor at sea. The stars are hidden, the winds unpredictable, the waves rough. To the inexperienced, this is terror. But the seasoned sailor knows that the current has a rhythm, the wind has a pattern, the sea has a wisdom. He adjusts his sails, steadies his course, and trusts the sea to carry him. Panic achieves nothing but exhaustion. Trust carries him forward until the stars return and the shore appears. Life is much the same. Your storms are real, but trust steadies you. Panic only blinds you. Trust is not blind acceptance of whatever happens. It is the conscious choice to assume that whatever happens is shaping you, guiding you, and leading you to what is already yours. Even the detours have purpose. Even the pauses are meaningful. Even the closed doors redirect you toward the open ones that matter most. If you trust this, you will find beauty, even in apparent disappointments, for you will see them not as endings, but as redirections. Every dream placed in your heart has provision already waiting in the unseen. Trust draws that provision into view. Like a magnet, trust pulls the unseen into the seen, the invisible into the visible, the imagined into the real. Without trust, the provision remains hidden, though it exists. With trust, it appears in perfect time, in perfect form. Think of trust as the soil in which all miracles grow. Without soil, a seed cannot take root. Without trust, a desire cannot manifest. The soil does not question the seed, does not argue whether it is worthy to grow. It simply does it, nourishes it, gives it space. In the same way, trust holds your desire, nourishes it with quiet certainty, gives it space to unfold. The soil does not demand to see results immediately. It knows that time will reveal them. So too must you hold your desires in the rich ground of trust, knowing that the unseen is working even when the seen is silent. Consider how a child asks a parent for something with no thought of whether. The child does not question whether food will be on the table tomorrow, or whether lights will turn on when the switch is pressed. The child simply trusts, and in that trust the child lives free from fear, free from burden, free from worry. How different would your life be if you carried that same childlike trust in the universe? To live as though your needs are already met, your desires already answered, your future already secured. This is the freedom of trust. You may have noticed that when you worry, you attract more reasons to worry. When you fear, you invite the very thing you dread. But when you trust, you draw to yourself evidence of that trust. You see opportunities where once you saw obstacles. You recognize blessings where once you saw burdens. You receive answers where once you saw only questions. The outer world mirrors the state you occupy within, and trust creates a world that reflects peace, abundance, and fulfillment. Think about relationships. When you distrust, you cling, you doubt, you smother, and in doing so you often drive away the very love you seek. But when you trust, you relax, you allow, you radiate confidence, and this draws love naturally to you. The same principle applies in every area. Distrust repels, trust attracts, distrust contracts, trust expands, distrust weakens, trust empowers.
Even your body responds to trust. Notice how stress, anxiety, and fear manifest in tension, illness, and fatigue. And notice how calmness, peace, and trust manifest in health, energy, and strength. Your body is an instrument of your inner state. To live in trust is to give your body rest, to allow it to heal, to allow it to thrive. Trust is not only a spiritual law, but a physical medicine. And what about money? So many live in fear of not having enough, and so they hoard, they cling, they chase, they worry. This fear creates the very scarcity they dread. But when you trust, you spend with wisdom but without fear. You give freely, knowing that supply is endless. You receive without guilt, knowing that abundance is your birthright. And as you move in this flow, money flows to you. Opportunities multiply, doors open. Trust turns scarcity into sufficiency, and sufficiency into abundance. There is a rhythm to life, like the ebb and flow of the tide. To distrust is to fight against the tide, exhausting yourself in resistance. To trust is to move with the tide, carried effortlessly by its strength. You do not fear the waves when you know they are part of the rhythm. You do not fear the night when you know the sun will rise again. Trust rests in these rhythms, knowing that all of life is cyclical, and every low tide prepares for a high tide, every winter prepares for spring. You may be tempted to say, I will trust when I see the evidence. But that is not trust, that is observation. Trust is believing before you see, knowing before you touch, celebrating before it arrives. Trust is what brings the evidence into being. Without it, you are forever stuck, waiting for proof, and by waiting for proof, you deny yourself the very thing you seek. The world was not created from what was seen, but from what was unseen. So too, your life is not created from what you observe, but from what you trust within. Think of the inventor who trusts his vision, though no one else sees it. Think of the dreamer who trusts her calling, though the world laughs at it. Think of the healer who trusts in wholeness, though the body shows sickness. These are the ones who change the world, not because they waited for evidence, but because they trusted in the unseen until the evidence appeared. Trust makes you unstoppable. It makes you resilient. It gives you a power that cannot be shaken by appearances. The world may say it is impossible, but trust whispers it is already done. The facts may say there is no way, but trust declares the way will appear. The circumstances may say it is over, but trust proclaims this is only the beginning. With trust, you hold authority over appearances, and in time, appearances bow to your authority. Trust is not passive. It is the most active force you can carry within. For when you trust,
You set into motion unseen energies that arrange circumstances in your favor. Trust is a command to the universe, a decree that your word shall become flesh. Trust says, I believe in my desire so fully that I no longer need to struggle for it. I know it is already mine. And with that knowing, you release the struggle, you release the effort, and you step into the effortless rhythm of creation. Notice how trust changes your tone, your body language, your entire presence. A person who trusts walks with ease, speaks with clarity, radiates calm assurance. Others are drawn to this energy, opportunities are attracted to this vibration. The universe itself bends to the state of trust, but a person who doubts, walks in hesitation, speaks with uncertainty, radiates confusion. And that confusion sends out a signal that returns in delayed answers, mixed results, and half-formed manifestations. Trust is not blind, it sees more clearly than sight. It sees beyond appearances into the truth that already exists. It sees beyond lack into abundance, beyond sickness into health, beyond limitation into freedom. Trust does not deny appearances, it simply refuses to be ruled by them. It acknowledges what is visible, but it anchors itself in the invisible truth that stands behind the visible. And in time, the visible must align with the invisible. Think of how you plant a seed in the ground. For days, nothing seems to happen. If you dig it up each morning to check its progress, you kill it. But if you trust the process, the roots grow unseen, the sprout breaks through the soil, and the seed becomes a tree. Life works in the same way. Your desires are seeds planted in consciousness. Trust is the refusal to dig them up with doubt and worry. Trust is letting them take root, knowing that the moment you asked, the process began. Even when obstacles appear, trust transforms them into stepping stones. Without trust, a challenge becomes a wall. With trust, it becomes a bridge. The same circumstance, seen through the eyes of trust, carries a completely different meaning. And meaning determines experience. When you trust, you see every delay as preparation, every detour as redirection, every obstacle as hidden opportunity. Life bends in your favor because your trust refuses to see anything as against you. Do not underestimate the power of a single thought of trust. One moment of genuine belief can outweigh years of doubt. One moment of surrender can unlock what seemed forever closed. One moment of faith can dissolve fear that changed you for decades. Trust does not need to be constant in its early stages. Even a flicker of trust can spark transformation. But the more you practice it, the stronger it becomes, until it becomes your natural state of being. Trust is not something you manufacture, it is something you allow. It is already within you, like a well waiting to be tapped. You were born with trust. A baby trusts that it will be fed, held, cared for. That pure, natural trust is your original state. Life may have layered doubt upon you, but the trust itself never left. It waits within, ready to rise the moment you give it permission. You give it permission by choosing to rest, by choosing to breathe deeply and release your grip on control, by choosing to affirm, everything I need is already provided, by choosing to feel the relief of knowing that the universe is not against you, but working tirelessly for you. The more you practice this inner release, the more natural trust becomes. Trust is like a muscle, it strengthens with use. Each time you let go of worry and choose to believe, you are exercising it. Each time you thank life for what you cannot yet see, you are exercising it. Each time you stand still in calm assurance, when circumstances look uncertain, you are exercising it. And just as a muscle grows stronger with practice, so does your ability to trust. You are never asked to trust in vain. The universe is not cruel. It does not tease you with desires only to withhold them. It is not a trickster, it is a giver. Your desires are not random, they are whispers of what already exists for you. To trust is simply to align with the truth that what you desire is not only possible, but already real in the unseen. And when you persist in that trust, the unseen becomes seen, the invisible becomes visible, the imagined becomes fact. So now I tell you, let your heart rest in this truth. You were never meant to struggle, you were never meant to beg, you were never meant to chase, you were meant to trust. For when you trust, you stand in harmony with the universe itself, and harmony always produces beauty, abundance, and fulfillment. Stop questioning how, stop demanding when, stop doubting if, simply trust that what you have asked for is already on its way, and live as though it has already arrived. The universe does not fail. It does not forget. It does not lose its way. It delivers precisely what you hold in faith, and it delivers it in perfect time. Release the weight of worry, lift the burden of doubt, and walk forward in radiant trust. For the moment you do, you will see the universe reveal its endless generosity, giving you not only what you need, but more than you ever dared to imagine.
As we embark on this journey together, I want you to cast aside all preconceived notions of strength and movement. Forget what the world has told you about being strong or moving on. For in this eternal moment, we shall redefine these concepts in a way that will awaken you to your true nature as a divine being, capable of shaping your reality through the power of your imagination. Let us begin by understanding what it truly means to be strong. Strength, my dear friends, is not a physical attribute, nor is it a measure of your ability to endure hardship. True strength lies in your capacity to imagine and believe. It is the unwavering faith in the reality of your desires, even when your senses deny their existence. This is the strength that moves mountains, that parts seas, that transforms the very fabric of your world. Consider for a moment the story of David and Goliath. The world saw a small shepherd boy facing an insurmountable giant. But David saw something entirely different. In his mind's eye, he had already defeated Goliath. His strength lay not in his physical prowess, but in his unshakable belief in his victory. And it was this belief, this inner knowing, that manifested as the reality we now recount as history. You see, my beloved listeners, to be strong is to hold fast to your imagined acts. It is to persist in the assumption that what you desire is already yours, regardless of the appearances that surround you. This strength is not born of muscle or sinew, but of the boundless power of your consciousness. Now let us turn our attention to the concept of moving on. In the world of Caesar, moving on often implies leaving something behind, running away from pain or disappointment. But I tell you this, true movement is not physical. It is a shift in consciousness. To move on is to ascend to a higher state of awareness, to elevate your thoughts and feelings to align with your desired reality. Imagine, if you will, a man trapped in a prison cell. He may pace back and forth within his confines, believing he is moving, but he remains imprisoned. Now picture this same man, sitting quietly in his cell, yet in his mind he walks freely under the open sky, feeling the warmth of the sun on his face, the grass beneath his feet. Which man, I ask you, has truly moved? The one who has shifted his consciousness, who has moved in his imagination, is the one who has truly moved on. For all physical movement is but a shadow, a reflection of the movement that first takes place in consciousness. So when I say to you, be strong and move on, I am inviting you to harness the creative power of your imagination. Be strong in your conviction that you are the operant power in your world. Move on by shifting your consciousness to embody the state of your fulfilled desire. Let me share with you a principle that underlies this truth, the law of assumption. This law states that you become what you assume yourself to be. If you persist in the assumption that you are the person you wish to be, living the life you desire to live, that assumption will harden into fact. This, my friends, is the true meaning of being strong and moving on. Consider a woman who desires a loving relationship. She has faced heartbreak and disappointment, and the world tells her to be strong and move on by hardening her heart, by learning to live alone. But I say to her, be strong in your assumption that you are deeply loved and cherished. Move on by shifting your consciousness to the state of being in a fulfilling relationship. Feel the love, the companionship, the joy as if it were already yours. For in truth, it is in the reality of your imagination, which is the one true reality. Now, some of you may be thinking, but Neville, I have tried to imagine better circumstances, and nothing has changed. To you, I say this, your imaginal acts have not failed. They have borne fruit exactly as you have planted them. If you have imagined with doubt, with fear, with a sense of effort, then those very states have manifested in your world. The secret, my dear friends, is to imagine from the end. See your desire as already fulfilled. Feel the naturalness of its completion. Do not strive to make it so, for in striving you affirm its absence. Instead, relax into the knowing that it is done. This is what it means to be strong, to have unshakable faith in the reality of your imaginal act. And in this state of faith, you move on. You move from the consciousness of lack to the consciousness of abundance. You move from the awareness of loneliness to the awareness of love. You move from the perception of illness to the knowing of perfect health. This movement, this shift in consciousness, is the most powerful motion you could ever make. Let me illustrate this with a personal experience. Many years ago, I found myself in New York City, penniless and unknown. The world would have told me to be strong and move on by seeking menial work, by lowering my aspirations. But I knew the truth of what I now share with you. I assumed the state of being a successful lecturer, sharing these profound truths with eager audiences. I lived from that assumption, feeling the joy of it, the fulfillment of it. And lo and behold, within a short span of time, I was standing before audiences, sharing these very principles. The outer world rearranged itself to match my inner assumption. I did not physically strive or struggle. I moved in consciousness, and the physical reality followed suit. This, my friends, is the pattern of the universe. First the imaginal act, then its physical reflection. Your outer world is nothing more than a shadow cast by the light of your consciousness. Change the consciousness, and the shadow must change. Now I can hear some of you thinking, but what of my current circumstances? What of my struggles and pains? To you I say this, your circumstances, no matter how seemingly real or solid, are but reflections of past assumptions. They have no power to persist unless you grant them that power through your continued assumption of their reality. Be strong then in assuming a new state. Move on by shifting your consciousness to embody that which you desire to be. Your current circumstances will dissolve and reform in harmony with your new assumption, just as naturally as ice melts in the warmth of the sun. Consider the biblical story of the Exodus. The Israelites were enslaved in Egypt, their circumstances dire and seemingly unchangeable. But Moses, understanding the principle we discussed tonight, assumed the state of freedom. He moved in consciousness to the promised land long before a single physical step was taken. It was this movement in consciousness, this assumption of the state of freedom, that set in motion the events that led to the physical liberation of his people. The plagues, the parting of the Red Sea, these were but outer manifestations of an inner shift in consciousness. You, my dear listeners, are faced with your own Egypt, be it financial hardship, ill health, unfulfilling relationships, or any other form of bondage. The world may tell you to be strong and move on by gritting your teeth and enduring. But I tell you, be strong in your assumption of freedom, of abundance, of health, of love. Move on by shifting your consciousness to the state of your fulfilled desire. Imagine yourself as the person you wish to be. Feel the naturalness of being that person. Speak, think, and act from that state. This is true strength. The strength to persist in your imaginal act, despite all evidence to the contrary. This is true movement. The shift in consciousness that precedes all outer change. Now let us delve deeper into the practical application of this principle. How does one maintain strength in the face of contrary evidence? How does one move on when the senses scream of limitation and lack? The key, my friends, lies in understanding the nature of your own consciousness. You are not a helpless observer of your thoughts and feelings. You are the author of them. Just as an author can revise a story, you can revise the contents of your consciousness. When doubts arise, when fear creeps in, recognize them for what they are, old patterns of thought, old assumptions seeking to reassert themselves. Do not fight them, for in fighting, you give them power. Instead, gently but firmly replace them with your new assumption. If, for instance, you are assuming the state of financial abundance and you find yourself worrying about bills, do not bill yourself for this lapse. Simply revise it. In your imagination, see yourself easily paying those bills. Feel the relief, the confidence, the abundance. This revision, done consistently, will transform your outer world. Remember, my dear listeners, that your imagination is not bound by the constraints of physical reality. In your imagination, you can be, do, or have anything you desire. And as you persist in this imaginal act, as you live from the assumption of its fulfillment, you will find your outer world reshaping itself to match your inner vision. This is what it truly means to be strong and move on. It is not a matter of forcing change through willpower or action. It is a matter of changing your concept of self, of assuming the state of your wish fulfilled, and letting the outer world conform to this new inner reality. Consider the story of Joseph in the Bible. Sold into slavery by his brothers, imprisoned on false charges, Joseph could have succumbed to bitterness and despair. The world would have understood if he had merely endured, if he had simply been strong enough to survive his ordeals. But Joseph did more than survive. He thrived. How? By maintaining an unshakable assumption of his divine nature, of his destined greatness. In the depths of the prison, he assumed the state of a wise counselor, of a leader. And lo and behold, he rose to become the second most powerful man in Egypt, saving not only himself, but his entire family and nation. This, my friends, is the power that lies within you. No matter your current circumstances, no matter the challenges you face, you have within you the divine capacity to assume any state you desire. And as you assume that state, as you live from it in your imagination, your outer world must, by cosmic law, reorganize itself to reflect your assumption. Now, some of you may be wondering, how long must I persist in my assumption before I see results to you? I say this, time is a construct of the human mind. In the realm of imagination, in the reality of consciousness, there is only the eternal now. Your desire is not something to be attained in the future. It is a present reality in your consciousness. Live from that reality now. Feel its truth, its naturalness now. For in truth, the moment you can feel the reality of desire, it is yours. The outer manifestation is merely catching up to the inner truth. Let me share with you a technique that I have found particularly powerful in maintaining this state of faith, this strength of assumption. I call it living in the end before you sleep each night. Construct a scene in your imagination that implies the fulfillment of your desire. Make it as vivid and as real as you can. Feel the joy, the satisfaction, the naturalness of your desire fulfilled. As you drift off to sleep in this state, you are impressing this reality upon your subconscious mind. And your subconscious, which knows no difference between imaginal and physical experience, will begin to work tirelessly to bring about the conditions necessary for the outer manifestation of your inner experience. This, my dear friends, is true strength. The strength to persist in your imaginal act night after night, regardless of outer appearances. And this is true movement, the shift in consciousness that occurs as you live more and more from the state of your wish fulfilled. Now let us address a question that often arises, one of action. Should we not take action towards our goals? To this I say, of course, take action when you are inspired to do so. But understand that inspired action flows naturally from your assumed state. When you truly assume the state of your wish fulfilled, you will find yourself naturally taking actions in harmony with that state. These actions will not feel like effort or struggle. They will feel natural, inevitable, joyful. Consider a man who assumes the state of being a successful author. He doesn't force himself to write. He writes because in his assumed state, that's what he naturally does. The words flow, the ideas come. Because in his consciousness, he is already that successful author. This is the difference between action born of lack and action born of fulfillment. When you act from a state of lack, trying to get something you don't have, your actions are tinged with anxiety, with effort. But when you act from the state of fulfillment, your actions are effortless expressions of your assumed reality. So be strong in your assumption, move on to the consciousness of your wish fulfilled, and let your actions flow naturally from that state. This is the path of least resistance, the path of joy and fulfillment. Now, my dear listeners, I want to address a vital point. Some of you may be thinking, but Neville, I have responsibilities, challenges, problems that demand my attention. How can I ignore these and live in an imaginal state? To you, I say this, you are not ignoring your challenges. You are transcending them. By assuming the state of your wish fulfilled, you are elevating your consciousness above the level at which these problems exist. And from this higher state, solutions will present themselves that were invisible from your previous state of consciousness. Remember, the outer world is a reflection of your inner state. As you change your inner state, your perception and experience of the outer world must change. What seemed an insurmountable problem from one state of consciousness may dissolve entirely or present a simple solution when viewed from a higher state. This is why I urge you to be strong and move on. Be strong in maintaining your desired state, regardless of appearances. Move on to a higher level of consciousness, where your desires are not future possibilities but present realities. Let me illustrate this with a story. A woman once came to me in deep distress. Her husband had left her for another, and her world was shattered. She wanted to know how she could be strong and move on. The world would have advised her to accept her loss, to harden her heart, to learn to live alone. But I guided her to imagine a scene that implied her desired end. She chose to imagine lying in bed at night, feeling her husband's presence beside her, feeling the wedding ring on her finger, feeling the love and contentment of a happy marriage. Night after night, she enacted this scene in her imagination as she fell asleep. During the day, she lived from the assumption that she was happily married. When doubts arose, When pain threatened to overwhelm her, she gently but firmly returned to her assumption. Weeks passed, and then months. And then one day her husband returned, not out of guilt or obligation, but with a renewed love and commitment. Their marriage was restored, stronger and more loving than before. You see, my friends, this woman was strong, not in fighting against her reality, but in maintaining her desired state in her imagination. She moved on, not by accepting a future without her husband, but by shifting her consciousness to a state where their love was restored. This is the pattern you must follow, regardless of your specific desire, be it health, wealth, love, or any other form of fulfillment. Assume the state of your wish fulfilled. Be strong in that assumption. Move on to live from that state, letting go of any contradictory thoughts or feelings. Now I can hear some of you thinking, but never, what if I assume a state and nothing happens? What if I imagine and still fail to you? I say this, failure is impossible. What you perceive as failure is merely your manifestation in progress. Remember, your outer world cannot help but reflect your inner state. If you have truly assumed your desired state, if you have moved your consciousness to live from the end, then your manifestation is as certain as dawn following the night. What appears as delay or failure is often the necessary reorganization of your outer world to match your new inner state. Trust in this process. Be strong in your knowing that what you have assumed in your imagination must externalize in your world. Consider the growth of a tree from a seed. Once planted, the seed doesn't immediately sprout into a full-grown tree. There's a period where, to outer appearances, nothing is happening. But beneath the surface, profound changes are taking place. The seed is gathering resources, breaking open, sending out roots. Your imaginal act is like that seed. Once planted in the fertile soil of your subconscious, it begins to grow. The fact that you can't yet see its outer manifestation doesn't negate its reality. Be strong in your faith during this gestation period. Move on in your consciousness, living more and more from your desired state. Let me share with you another principle that will aid you in this process. I call it the law of reversibility. This law states that if a physical event can produce a psychological state, then that psychological state can produce the physical event. For instance, if winning a large sum of money would make you feel secure and abundant, then feeling secure and abundant can attract that large sum of money to you. If being in a loving relationship would make you feel cherished and happy, then feeling cherished and happy can attract that loving relationship to you. This is why it's so vital to live from the end, to assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled. By doing so, you are engaging the law of reversibility, setting in motion the forces that will bring about the physical conditions that match your psychological state. So when I say be strong and move on, I am inviting you to be strong in maintaining the psychological state that corresponds to your desire from God. Move on by shifting your consciousness to live from that state, regardless of outer appearances. Now, my dear listeners, as we approach the conclusion of our discussion, I want to address a question that often arises. Whenever people ask, if imagination creates reality, why do we see so much suffering in the world? Why don't people just imagine better circumstances for themselves? To this, I say people do create their reality through imagination, but often unconsciously. Most people are not aware of their creative power. They react to life, assuming states based on their circumstances, not realizing that their circumstances are the result of their previous assumptions.
I don't know what
This is why I share these truths with you, to awaken you to your divine nature, to your creative power. When you become aware that your imagination creates your reality, you move from being a passive victim of circumstances to being the active creator of your life. This is the true meaning of being strong and moving on. It is the strength to assume responsibility for your life, recognizing that your outer world is a reflection of your inner state. It is moving on from a state of unconscious creation to one of conscious, deliberate creation. Imagine a world where everyone understood this truth, where each person consciously assumed the state of their fulfilled desires. Such a world would be free from conflict, from lack, from suffering. For in such a world, each person would know that their good comes not at the expense of others, but from the infinite abundance of their own imagination. You, my dear friends, have the power to create such a world. It begins with you, with your assumption, with your shift in consciousness. As you embody these truths, as you live from the state of your wishes fulfilled, you become a light in the world, inspiring others to awaken to their own divine nature. So I urge you, be strong in your assumption of your desired state. Move on to live from that state, letting go of all that contradicts it. Know that as you do this, you are not just changing your individual life, you are contributing to the transformation of the entire world. For you are not separate from the world. You are the world. Your consciousness is the very substance from which your reality is formed. As you elevate your consciousness, you elevate the world. In closing, my beloved listeners, remember this: you are divine beings endowed with the creative power of the universe. Your imagination is the very workshop in which your world is shaped. Be strong in your use of this power. Move on to embody the highest, most beautiful state you can conceive. Let your light shine brightly, illuminating not just your own path, but the paths of all those around you. For as you assume the state of your fulfilled desires, as you live from the end, you become a living testimony to the transformative power of imagination. Go forth then with this knowledge. Be strong in your faith, unwavering in your assumption. Move on to live from the...
Jeez, that's starting another one. Fuck's sake. Man, up. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure what to do. Oh, it's raining. that shit was looking at them. Feels good. Just editing a video. Got some breakfast. It's a bit late, man. I haven't had a coffee or anything. Scared to fucking eat, but stomach's fucked. I'll do this one. Got a part two. Things crazy, man. It's crazy, man. Different. I've got a new video coming. Anybody?
No, just me.
Yeah. Oh, it's a slow ad. Pagan. What the fuck? What is wrong? Oh, good. Interesting. Okay. Good about the week. We're doing more videos now. Come on. Oh. Wow. Having fun here. Got fuck all connection. Morning, legend. Or legend at. Hope you're having a good day. I'm adding some new videos to my channel. Got like Jezza the Raven Man 2, which I had 2 ravens. That's going to be uploaded. If you caught that when I showed it on my live. But yeah, they're going to take a while. Just have 3 hours remaining for that. And then I've got a couple of shorts too. I've got a Rosella friend, and I've got a baby magpie friend. And I've got to do a bunch of other things as well. Just going back to like the 15th of October. Lots of stuff happened. Too much. Do we want to put another kookaburra? Here. So that when magpies, ravens, I'm not showing all the magpies. Oh, this guy's pretty cool. The baby one was talking to me, so I put that one up. Baby magpie friend. That's pretty cool. And it was just like, it was going to be the Birdman 2, but I made it Jezza the Raven Man 2, because it was mostly Raven, and I'll just do all the other shit separate. Well, that's what I'm doing. So, yeah. So I've got a kookaburra eating. That's when I went back there. I think I was with the support worker or some shit. But that Rosella was tricky. Because I had that feather in my hat that day. And then I came, like, I went back to figure it out. And the Rosella, like, literally showed itself to me. That was cool. So here's the kookaburra, I think. Oh, there's butterfly, I don't know what it was. This kookaburra, like, is always there. It's just like, it's tripped out. And I was like miles away the other day, and it was there. And then I came back to the start, and then it was there. What else is different? One. I don't know. I don't know how many there are. Couple? So that could go well. We continue that. We've only got one kookaburra, haven't we? I think. Yep. No, I've seen lots of it. Let's go this way. That's what I should do. I've got this one. Look at it. Okay. I know what I'm doing. There's going to be a bunch of stuff there. What? Okay, it's amazing. What's he eating?
I just got something.
Wow. This is cool. Someone's fucking with you. Oh my god, dude. What? Why are you going there? Sorry if you have put a chat. Sorry. Let me look. I have to look on here. Oh, wait, let me do it. There you go. Just Jezza. Who's that dude? Finally getting around to doing those clips. Whatever transformation. What are you not supposed to have? There we go. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 shorts going on. But then we've got So I've got the heron like eating a dragonfly. That was cool. And I've got like the kookaburra eating like a lizard or something. That was pretty cool. All on the same day. So much shit happened that day. 2 days in a row now. 14th and 15th. But lots of stuff. Every day. Every day. Okay, so I think I've got all that right. Didn't put that in that. There we go. What else is there? Just another salt. This is enough of it. Hard to get that thing. That's just enough of it. Delete. Yeah, that's that day that I left the support worker. Like, I just walked off. And he just like, what? Could I even upload one of those? I don't know. Why is it so slow? This is insane. Like, seriously. Constant like that. Just nothing. Oh, finally. Like, why? I don't think I've had the Fuck, I don't think I did that either. There's a lot of shit that I've missed. I've just shown it on like live. And they're bloody hard to find. And then you get spinny wheels. Holy shit, man. I'm having issues. Yep. And again. That just doesn't even... What the hell? The phone vibrating. Holy shit, dude. Major issues. I don't know what's going on with this piece of shit, mate. I'm gonna turn it off. Start again. Someone's like fucking with my shit, I reckon. My phone doesn't go through a tower, it goes through someone's fucking bullshit, probably. You go to like use Safari and it just goes bling, and then loads. I'm on all the watch lists. Alright, it's still shit. Anyway, that weight dicks. There's like really bad network issues or something. I can't deal with this. Like, it's 10 seconds, 15 seconds just to do something. I'm even trying to upload too many things at once. That won't even load. It's still loading. Oh, finally did it. That was like a long time. Like, really long time. I wish I could remember when I saw that kangaroo. Can't do anything anymore. Holy fucking shit. I can't watch anything on this device. This is how long it takes to watch a video. I just slip it across. And I can't even watch that. Not one photo that. My phone is fucking not working. Look at that. Oh, cool. Teeth are grinding bad. 5 years to play. Wow. You won't even play it. What is going on with my phone, man? Wow. Major network issues. My phone shut itself. Hope you're having a good day, Legend. Or Legend Dead. Uploading some stuff. It's probably going to take forever because of the network. Yeah. I'm feeling a little bit better, but I've got to be careful. Keep having hot showers. I wanted to put the kangaroo with the jelly, but I don't know where it is. I've got me in the rain there. There's things I filmed but I didn't put up. I can't even play my own videos from my photos out, man. From my cloud. It's cookery. That's how long it takes to load it. I think I did that. I hate things like loading like that. I hate it. That's why I buy the new shit, and then you buy the new shit, and then that doesn't work. Someone hacks it, puts bugs on there, or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Probably. Yeah, cheers. I finished that. This is some older stuff. How the hell is that there? Oh, that's right. I did that. I don't know about that. No. Oh, that's enough of me. That's enough of me. Oh, worse. Oh, no. Pocket filming. Go from injured to sick. Wow. Thanks, internet. Cheers, the internet. It's got a sim in it, like it's its own thing. Oh, fuck it off, boy. I'm not fucking Matrix. That could make good true. I thought I brought that over here. Really? I didn't even do it. No, not nice. Let's have it. Let's smoke. There's a video. Really? Can't find it. You'd think it'd be wrong, and it's not. Oh, there it is. Okay. Ugh. took me for a whole bunch. It's so time consuming. It's taken so long to do. Just to add the clips. Superb fairy wren. Gonna do another one of those. That was from a while back. That's cool. I've got 707 videos right now. That's a fuckload. Cool. Next. So that got skipped. Then we have the raven. That's the fucking housing trust. But what is this? It's just a rabbit. Okay. Got how many rabbits? Yep, okay, that's right. I'm not just seeing that again. I've seen that a lot of times. There's the Targaryen. The blue one. Pretty cool. That's about where I've done stuff. What about this one? Come on, son. Oh, it sucks when you can't play your own videos, like off your own device, like from your own photos. Fucking. No, I'll keep that one just for now. It's really hard to do this. When you've got like a slow phone or whatever the fuck's going on here, I don't know what's going on with my phone. What was I doing there? Just filming the flowers. Okay. What am I doing here? Where's this go from? I'm just chilling. Good lord. I can't even scroll. I can't do anything. Yeah, we need to play. No. I hope I'm able to get phone calls. Like, this is good shit. I could just upload so many different things. Right, I just got too much stuff. This is one of the feathers. Oh, this is what I'm dealing with. Go from that to that. That should just play. Come on. don't think that's fair. Too much this whole month. It's weird how it's opt and it's 8, but it's 10. Pretty much sure some of these right. We've got OCD, they need to be right. I'm sure I fucked something up somewhere. Okay. Wow. that other ones do. I think I'm getting somewhere now. These are in slow-mo. Must have switched it right. That's the whole way, nothing. Sometimes I just film stuff in my pocket.
We've got two of them.
What was that with me? Over there. And over there. No. Fuck. I don't know what I've uploaded and what I've fucking happened. This is getting fucking bad, like real bad. Seems a bit crazy. Yeah, so that's that. That's that, right? Yep. Yep. All those quick, I think. Like I hate that. Okay, now we're up with you. Oh, that's that. That's the whole edit. Generally. Oh, what's going on here then? Oh, that's okay. I guess we'll edit that. So those symbols have been there like the whole month. Yeah, it's like a couple of weeks, 2 weeks. So much has happened. So many animals. Far out. What? Here. Yeah, my phone's fucking now. It's not shorts, it's everything. What the fuck? Okay. Wow, look at this. I can't even see them. Yeah, right. And I still can't see them. Oh, now it picks up. Yeah, this is insane. They've actually already done that. Yeah, actually do put them. We're done with. It's hard to fucking. Hard to keep track of what I've done. Oh. Let's just do it. There. That doesn't do that. What the hell? So that's just the sound. That's the sound is. No. Oh, is that? Pretty sure that's what I'm doing. Oh no, it was different.
Alright. Ready?
Did that go?
Get there, Fred.
I'm not sure. I think that one. Okay. Wow. It's just too many. Okay, not locked it. I'm not looking at my fucking TV. Did I ever do that? I think I did something on the right path or something, didn't I? Fucking horrible. Yeah, that was that. Cool. Yeah, starting to figure out why I'm not doing it. don't know why I can't spell that. Why? Ducks. Do that. so hard for anything. Holy fucking shit. Come on, load fucking. Fuck this window. And I've forgotten what I even want to do because it's like taking so long to load. What? Didn't even know what it was. What the fuck's going on here? It's gonna take so long to do all this. Like, it takes like 10 seconds to like do like a loading. So yeah. Good times. Cheers the internet. Yep. We're not here now. Good. Yeah. $50 million years later. This actually stretches kind of okay. Hard uploading stuff. Right now. It's amazing. Just won't do shit. finding all my old good clips. That was retarded. Got lots of koalas. Lots of koala stuff. Oops. Go like watch all my videos and give them a like when they upload. All my shorts. I'm doing heaps. Got the koala making noises. That was pretty cool. And that was 13. Yeah, right back. 13, I think. There it is. Yep. But it's just stuff I showed on like lives, you know? Not only on lives. I think. Sometimes I forget if I've actually uploaded it. And I might accidentally re-upload it. Whole bunch of stuff going there. There's only one more now. I did that ducks prosperity to put that up real quick because it's only like 3 seconds. I did that quick. I'm not doing it. Done that. Where is it here? Yeah, for literally like the last 2 weeks, it's just been going off. Just going off in there. Heron eating dragonfly. Wisdom, patience, transformation. Go check that out and give it a like. Just uploaded. There we go. This guy. Now that's content. My Raven Man 2 one's going to be good too, because I got like really good. I like tracked that Raven perfectly, and it landed in that kind of look. That was that day. That was that day. Oh, what's in that? Probably. You know where I think I need to be.
Welcome back here to Jezza's Ravens.
Yeah, she's not doing that for early, isn't it? That one broke.
Freedom? There he is. The legend. How you doing, mate? How you doing? How you doing? Hello. Hello.
That one, maybe.
You. Come here. Come on. Come on. Where you going? Where'd you go? Here.
Let's do that.
Here.
Yeah, this one.
The legend. How you doing, mate? How you doing? I can be hiding. Yes, welcome back here to.
I don't know what the fuck going on. Thursday.
Yes,
Is that all in that? It was windy, wasn't it?
What are you doing? Go. Yes, welcome back here
So it
to
does have that.
Jezza's Ravens.
It does have that. It does have that. What that, maybe? No, this is the next one, dude. I thought I swore I did it in the road keep already. Can't see it, you know. Ah, yeah. 27.1. Yep. My brain's not working. Taking a long time through this stuff. Wow. No internet connection. We'll read the whole page. That should be able to go right. Do that? Yeah. We're not allowed to do that last one. Yeah, innovative. What? What is going on? Video innovative. Still processing this weird. Except it's there. Shopping. Yes. What is this? him. That's extent. That's all. Of course, I can't find it. Okay. There's a whole piece. It's like one video. I think that is a compilation, no? How is that? That's annoying, that's clear. What is it? That's one of those fucking pieces things. For fuck's sake. So, we're at 7 o'clock on Friday. I don't know if I put food in it. I think I will. Probably would. Nothing. Oh, it's gonna go up. Fuck you. Fuck you. Okay. We're almost there. It's taking forever then. We'll get rid of that. I'm gonna make a phone call real quick. Like I'm uploading 17 videos. That doesn't matter. There's nothing even there. This can't do anything anymore. It's cactus.
Happy new moon. See if this thing works. Not my norm. Kind of the old days. See if people even remember who I am. What's up? This is gonna be what I call the weirdest new moon of all time. Literally. Bridge Expo was great. I was super sick though. So I'm recovering from being sick and I'm on my final stretch of my drive home.
I'm sick too.
I'm just outside Tucson, Arizona, and on the final stretch. I pulled the hardcore stretch yesterday, but why is this new moon so gnarly? Well, one, police ahead. When I got my, I got this on, I'm good. This Blue Cruise, this bitch. You gotta admit, my mount is fucking amazing, but you gotta like through bolt this bitch in the fucking dash of on my F450. Fucking this shit's like solid. I can make this shit like fucking so solid. There we go. Yeah, that thing ain't fucking jumping around. Alright, new moon, 28 degrees Libra. Happened 5 hours ago, and already the moon's jumped into Scorpio. This new moon's in the middle of this big T-square with Jupiter in Cancer. And it's Jupiter that's in square to Chiron. I do have fucking my hands on the steering wheel, but keep both hands. Shut the fuck up. Resume control. Piece of shits. Fuck that. So I wanted to bring up one. That's not even the big dynamic. There's actually like 3 major dynamics happening in this new moon. And this new moon in Libra is like trying to balance it all out, and it's almost impossible to balance it out. So one is like, how do we stay balanced in this time? It's sloppy. Neptune's gonna retrograde back into Pisces its home sign. We've all never lived through that. Okay? Number one, never lived through that. Last time that happened was all the way back in 1861. Good time. It's been a long time. So this Libra is trying to balance, okay, the ruler of Pisces is coming back in, and oh, by the way, Saturn's retrograde in there. Hasn't been retrograde after being in Aries since 1937, and Neptune and Saturn are together again. Now they're coming back together again, but retrograde in Pisces. Oh. With the North Node. So there's that whole dynamic. Oh, I see, that's where the copy is right there. I think I got radar detector. But this Jupiter Chiron square, I mean, Jupiter is the only thing that makes Chiron's story work out. So Chiron was being stuck in Aries for so long, since 2018, then officially 2019. Right? This is where Chiron's like, I just want out of this fucker. And you know, Chiron's a warrior, but he's also a philosopher. And he knows so much. So he likes his warrior side. Like he's divided by 2 parts, right? He's a centaur and a human. Like, right? He's a half man, half
She's
horse.
legend, watching Leo King.
You could say that the warrior aspect could be one side or the other.
Green.
But the problem is that
So, yeah.
the warrior doesn't want to have to go through mortality, especially if you're immortal.
If you're still there,
And
cheers.
Jupiter's the only one that can deliver his immortality back after he loses it. So we're realizing how mortal we are in time. Especially time is a big part of this. Saturn and Neptune
Still
getting ready in just months to conjunct finally at 0 Aries. But we have a going back into Pisces with Neptune, and dispositing wise, it becomes the highest in the hierarchy of disposition. Everything will come back to Neptune again. We've been 6.5 months with Neptune and Aries since March 31st. And I think people have totally forgot it. It's like really, when you're in a really weird, bad place, you just kind of like, and it's been long enough, you're like, I don't want to go back, and then but we all have to go back to Neptune and Pisces. Of course, there's great things that happen with Neptune and Pisces, but at the same time, for Saturn It's retrograde there, the North Node that's there. A lot of things have to end. So it's like the big endings of the thing that we thought are ending are coming. And it's the stuff that you don't want to subconsciously face, the stuff that you just are like in denial over, the stuff that looks like looks like it's going to be fine. That was Neptune and Aries delusionally thinking the ego. Oh, it looks like it'll be fine. We can just move forward. Everything will be fine. No, all the stuff that has to end is going to end now. And that also is kicked in by the fact that just on October 13th, less than 2 weeks ago, direct in Aquarius for the first time in our lives. Of course, it's also been out of bounds in a rare occurrence that will be a rare occurrence for the next 1,000 years. So it's not some Pluto thing here. This is like gonna shove the Capricorn and just like cut everything off at the knees of all these systems and all these structures and all this greed and all this like really like not in alignment on the physical realm that's not going to be sustainable long term. It's just not. Never was. Right? Never could stand the test of time. So Pisces is the dissolver, the great dissolver, especially Neptune. And so Neptune and Saturn together in Pisces, both retrograde. There's a lot of this now. Neptune's the ruler of Pisces, so it's going to come back in. This new moon's trying to grapple all of that. Grapple the ego getting completely destroyed with Chiron and Aries and Jupiter and Cancer being like, sorry, I'm not there to emotionally support. Yeah. There's no emotional support for your ego at all. So you can complain all you want about something. It's kind of interesting too. I've been really sick. My family's been sick. Everybody at the conference told me they were sick the week prior or 2 weeks ago. People are verifying to me on High Vibe on the other side of the world. They're sick. Everybody's been sick in the last week or two. All with Jupiter square Chiron. Right? Well, what is Jupiter and Chiron together in a good way? I mean, we have them together in Aries. I mean, that was kind of like this idea that, hey, we can get through the shit that we didn't think we could get through after this whole pandemic bullshit. That was Jupiter Chiron. That was, you know what? Thank God, finally, some people finally got the gist. And it's okay. Some people just need to take a little bit of time in 2020, 2021, 2022. By 23 with Jupiter Chiron, they finally were like, I don't need to wear a mask, I guess. Yeah, it's a fucking, you didn't need the fucking, you need natural oxygen. What? God, gee, what? I don't need a fucking vaccine. Oh my God. Chiron the healer. And so the deepest wounds right now are in our ego that. And why does Aries and Aries and Cancer square? You can't emotionally house an ego. Whether it's somebody in your life, you can't emotionally like hold an egoic person, right? You can't emotionally back up your ego, right? Because your ego is gonna fucking make moves that your emotions can't cash, right? You can't pay the debt on emotionally for egoic moves in life. And so what's happening is like Neptune brought so much delusion to people that no, this isn't going to end. Because you've got to go back to the fact that Neptune's stint in Aries was a beginning of a cycle, but before one can begin, one has to end, and it's in the sign of endings. Pisces, it's the most dramatic events happen in history with Neptune at the end of Pisces, ingressing into Aries full time, mixed with Pluto at the same time, right? We've seen this before. This is when the church broke up. This is when people finally woke up that the Catholic Church was crazy in the 30s, 1533 into 34. Right? We've seen it other times in history too, but I'm just saying that, like, this is where now it's going to get more intense. If Saturn and Neptune are going to meet in February. First time at 0 Aries in 6,400 years. Now you got to also mix into the fact that this new moon in Libra is in square to Pluto. And so the balance that has to be understood is that the only way to move forward is by things that are going to look different, and we're going to have to learn to emotionally disconnect them. Pluto in Aquarius is not compatible. Like, Pluto, I would say, is at fall position in Aquarius, right? Pluto is ruled by Scorpio, is the ruler of Scorpio. It is intense emotions, it is bonding, commitment, shared energy. And Aquarius is like, I don't have to share. I don't have to be part of this little group. Oh, you guys are all wearing this. I'm gonna try and be unique by making my hair purple. Right? It doesn't want to share that. The more people have purple hair, the more it turns its hair orange. Right? Why do people with a lot of tattoos are Aquarian or have Aquarian planets? Because that's their way of trying to make them different than the crowd. It's not so much about bonding into one. Right? But they love when people are unique and come together in a natural form. Now, Pluto likes that too. Pluto doesn't want it forced. And so that's where they can work together. So even the most incompatible planets and signs and so forth have always a place where they can relate and where they do not relate at all. Even planets in their dignity, right, have some issue. More not, but you can always find a way to connect. So if we think of it like the balanced state, okay, in order for us to even like accept and receive the life we really want right now and the connection to life in our future, it's going to look way different. And maybe the way that we think that we're supposed to bond or connect to our future isn't going to connect exactly and look the way that we exactly want to. We've got to get our own ego out of the way. Right? We're going to have to like harmonize into this, and it's sloppy. Saturn, Neptune retrograding back today into Pisces. This new moon is saying that. It's also interesting, right? This new moon quincunx Neptune. The sun forming and beginning to step into a yod with Uranus in Gemini and Neptune in Aries. And so this is a very hot zone. The end of Libra, beginning of Scorpio right now. Not only is Pluto squaring in that spot, but you have Uranus and Neptune. So all three outer planets are making hard aspects. And so what do these two signs represent? How we have to connect with something outside of just ourselves and change and integration. How it connects with another, how it shares, and how it relates. Compare and the contrast go.
20 minutes.
It's not just only about your world, your life, your way. And Jupiter in Cancer is looking to defend its nest, right? It's the mama fucking huge head with like 18 fucking eggs like sitting on it. Like, oh no, nobody have any scrambled eggs this morning.
Kookaburra hunting. Oh, jeez, who
Because that little hen plans for those little chicks. But not all, I learned this in kindergarten, not all eggs in the incubator hatch.
Shout out Rick.
Not all eggs hatch. So Jupiter's having that issue during this new moon too, right? It wants it has its own story. So we're going to go through a lot of discomfort, but it's actually the that we let go of the stuff that we have set in our mind, especially in our egos. It has to go this way. It has to look this way, and just let that be like, you know what? Let's the fuck better could show up. There's got to be a better path forward. The more that you surrender to that, and the more that you allow that to actually form, then you'll start to find balance somewhere, although it's going to be very messy.
Cheers.
Very messy. Sloppy. Neptune and Pisces is sloppy. Right? It's like going back to the drug house you never wanted to go back to. The bigger difference is, are you going to do the drugs while you're in there? Are you going to try to clean it up? Or is it one of those messes where you just walk away? Well, if you think about humanity, you think about the earth, we just can't walk away. So there's definitely
That drills where I fell.
shit that has to be fucking handled that's really sloppy. And we're going to have to do that with intellect, not emotion. Right? We're going to have to do that with intellect. That's what this man trying to been seeing with all the Libra energy and Uranus, where it's small state in Gemini right now. And Pluto's officially holding space there.
Fucking drills when I cough.
You know, you're going to have to, like, use your mind. You can't just get lost in your emotion. That's very interesting as well, since Pluto did not, of course, come back into Capricorn this year. So it's not some grounding force that's going to survive, keep us alive. And there's a lot of people addicted to groundedness. Like, stay grounded through this time. No, there's nothing to ground here. Okay? We're going to have to start looking at what's a new innovative approach. What's trying something different. And that's scary for what feels naturally within our comfort zones. We got to break those. Right? So, you're not going to be perfect when it's defending this balance at all. But you can at least find center and move the gimbal, you know, as things go. At least, you know, we have Uranus for a little bit longer in Gemini to at least come up with some really cool ideas. But, you know, this yod that's formed with this new moon, it's going to be technically more when the sun progresses to the 29 degree.
I didn't lose my
Scorpio,
it was here.
Especially as Neptune retrogrades back to 29 Pisces. This all happens
So that's good.
in 24 hours of the new moon. And I think what it's saying is you're going to have to find balance where you don't have all the answers, and it's sloppy the more that you try and fall for the delusion of your ego, and also not pay attention to what has closed that needs to close fully in your life. And that could be relationships, especially. It's not going to affect everybody on the relationship front. A lot of it could be like new relationship within yourself, new relationship on how you're dealing with reality itself.
Good afternoon, legend.
Although it's kind of interesting, that Saturn being in Pisces retrograde, now Neptune, it's definitely going to expose the denial about the job market, right? But it's gonna be difficult for people who really hold on too tight. Because that's what Pluto and Capricorn
Just resting still,
is.
sore still.
You
Gotta
know,
be careful.
coming up to a year
Uploaded heaps of stuff.
next month on the 19th. With Pluto being in Aquarius a full year. And we're already done. There's no way it's coming back. So it's kind of an interesting timing. October, really the setup to like a loading program that's just off to the side. Like we got off the old world and then we got
That
into
got me
this
pretty
like
stoned actually.
mini loading program that was like training, and also don't buy this as the main
Everyone
platform
left.
of what the future is.
What the fuck?
Here's some glimpses, but this ain't it. And now it's like hopping us off in what feels like the trash truck reality. Like as if the trash bin's gonna just like, here you go. And you can't buy that either. It's more like, no, this is the recycle bin. So all the files that are no longer going to be in this reality, and the systems, and the programs, and the cache systems of all this like data that we've like let these programs in our lives kind of run and accumulate data with, and really don't even mean anything for the new stuff. Because if you understand computing, you would understand that it's probably funny because I used to fix people's computers all the time, right? But most people probably, they don't buy computers with enough like hard drive space, right? They buy a Mac Air with 256 gigs, and then they trying to edit videos, and they wonder, where'd all my data go? Did you check your cache in your Premiere Pro? Oh yeah, that's right. You gotta like clear the cache out. All those videos for the last 2 months you did, it's keeping a bunch of data there to make it quicker to load. It's gonna empty all that shit out. And they don't make it easy unless you go into your own settings in the app and fucking do all that stupid shit. Set it to a certain, but most people don't do any of that shit. Most people are just blind. What? That's what subconscious really is. It's cached there. So we're all jumping onto this place where we're going to feel more lost than we've ever felt. But the positive in this, in the way you stay balanced, is go, hold on a second. In order for us to get to that new energy, we had to jump into this new. Now we're going back to the old to dump everything off. So then we get into the new, which has a lot of unknowns. There's not a lot of for sure's over there. And as an astrologer to say that, that's always a very weird thing. Usually it's like, based off the way things run for so long, there's a lot of for sure's. We're in the ending of a lot of the for sure's. Right? And actual, like, legit, like, oh, well, this will always for sure be around. No, it won't. No, it won't. You know?
Come on.
I think it could be a smooth ride, but it's gonna have some fucking bumps for everybody. Whether, anybody who's trying to say that they're gonna ride this bitch out perfect is a fucking liar. This is reframing everything. But it's gonna feel a little bit like an acid flashback. So this. Okay? This was like the most revolutionary thing I had to say, and then course, my phone goes fucking blank, and then now it's back. Give me a sec. It's gonna have to come back to me. Oh, I was just staying at a hotel in Tucson, and this morning, in order to wake up, I ordered room service. That's the only way to wake me up. My poor wife has to wake me up. I have ADHD horribly. I'm still in the 12th house. You got every alarm. Everybody who knows me, you got 15 alarms. Oh, Bucky's 979 miles the other way. I love that. That's a good fucking advertisement. But anyway, fucking, it's so fucking Pisces. Back that way again, 970. What? We have to go back there? Yeah. But what's crazy is that I'm watching, and a fucking commercial came on, and it was for Safe Flight. And I know this might sound stupid, but you know, Safe Flight Repair, they fix your windshields for people who don't want to get the manufacturer windshield. Right? You don't want to pay the full pop. So you want some fucking company that uses the cheapest resin and the cheapest glass to just replace it. It has no UV filtration. It's not meant for the car. It doesn't help with the sound. If anything, you're just doing a temporary Band-Aid. Okay? Or you want to fix a crack. Well, it doesn't fix the crack. It fixes the structure of the crack. You'll still see some of the crack. It doesn't do the cosmetic. But at least it won't let it crack anymore. That company is now posting on advertising on TV. I haven't watched TV commercials in a minute. That you can make 4 interest-free payments. Time to go. Safe fucking windshield ever. You don't go to fucking disposal lots of fucking cars anymore. It's pissed. Okay? You can't just like do that. So we're talking like $100 windshields. People can't afford a $100 windshield. If that company can't, if people can't do that, just watch the domino effect that's going to happen with Neptune and Pisces. Everything that's been propping up, we're fine. It has no value anymore. So what'll be interesting is like, will Safe Flight make it? Maybe. There's no for sure. Because I actually think something like that is valuable. If somebody can't afford the OEM windshield, they don't want to pay their insurance too high, that's probably the only game in town. But if people aren't buying that, they can't afford that, or people are just driving around, and I've been noticing it a lot lately, because I drive a lot, and I see it. People just drive around with fucking cracked windshields everywhere. I'm like, this is fucking we live in a weird world. Like, get your damn windshield fixed. But no, they're at the bar for fucking like 6 times a week, or they buy fucking, I don't know, bottles of alcohol, or they buy fucking 12 packs. I don't even know. I haven't drank in over 10 years. So whatever you're drinking, whatever you're smoking all day, you can't get your windshield fixed. So it's almost kind of like priorities on the humans. Like, where are your priorities spiritually at? Like, your alcohol is more important than your windshield. Okay, we'll see how that goes. So some businesses that do good might not make it because of people. And the ones that are really bad are just sucking up people's fucking energy, and that's what will continue. It all really depends on where people really feel, and where society really feels like it's going to go in this next last round. I'm not going to be surprised if Neptune retrograde back into Pisces that people numb themselves the fuck out over the next 90 days. Because one thing's for damn sure, during the last recession in America, The alcohol companies, that's actually the big boom of marijuana, was actually during that, and head shops and shit. Because head shops used to be in 2006, 2007, like, very few. They exploded in 08 and 09. And then the idea of, like, you know, medical marijuana had been around, but it became, okay, this shit's gonna happen, right? So people decided during weird times like that, like, let's just fucking numb ourselves out. I don't want to deal with the job crisis. I don't want to deal with all that shit, right? And I see that coming 10 times more in the next 90 days. 10 times more. People are going to just want to not face whatever they're not facing within themselves. So maybe it's like, stop looking outside and look inside. What are you too afraid to face? Because out of balance is not facing the in as much as the out. And I think this has been the weirdest Libra transit I've ever experienced in my life, because it has had no idea of what to contrast. With Neptune opposite as we went through the equinox in Libra. And hence, that was when the Civil War became real, 6 months in. And now you look at every state gerrymandering. And all the liberal states already had gerrymandered so long ago. They're all upset that the right wing is doing it. And then California is like getting rid of the independent, or they're trying to, under the name of democracy, yet getting rid of it. It's fucking weird. Right? So, this is going to be where people are going to just want going, you know what, I'm going to numb out. And I'm telling you to not fucking numb out.
I got me a bit stoned of those hits in the plane.
Like, you can...
Oh, it's 1 minute to 4:20.
Choose to...
Might have another one.
Go focus on your inner spiritual life. That's fine. Just don't go numb out.
1 minute.
Don't start giving up. Because really, what's going to survive to the new world by, February, Saturn, Neptune, and 0 Aries, but there's a Mercury retrograde that follows that, and Pisces to kind of clear up all the fucking goop, all the fucking dirty underwear and shit out of this drug bin reality we live in. And we have Uranus that will finally ingress back into Gemini by the end of April. So really, it's like from now until Taurus season, your only way to survive is to not give up.
Cheers.
That's all you're gonna have, and it's gonna be super sensitive. And it's gonna be like, I just want to bug out. I just want to put on Aquarius officially. That's condirect there now, and Neptune coming back into Pisces. You never felt that yet. Woo. That's like, I want to bug out. People are gonna be like, I want out. I want out. I'm gonna leave infantry. I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave. And it's like, okay, is that gonna be good for your survival? Is that gonna be good for your life? Is that balanced? Is that a balanced idea? Or is that like you trying to tilt the scale so much and thinking that it's gonna balance it out? You can't. If the scales are too far tipped, you have to slowly let weight off, because then you'll flop all the stuff off on the other side of the scale, and then it's a balanced scale of nothing. And if people do that in their lives, then you start over in every way. And I don't want that to happen to people. You want to at least come into this new world with the things that are spiritually aligned to move forward. And you can't give up. And the number one sign of giving up is going to be numbing out. The number one sign of giving up is going to be just, you know what? I'm just going to like numb out and not give a fuck. I'm just going to do 7 OP or something that the kids are taking at those fucking stores. Like, what? We are in a weird reality. And so, like, we have to remember too that, like, justice, everybody wants justice, For what? Things have been unfair? Well, first check in on where you've been unfair to yourself. Instead of getting all lost in a justice warrior shit. You know, like, it's gonna feel like we're gonna come to the edge of the cliff, even though we've been there the whole time. It's just finally you taking the fucking blinders off. We've been at the edge. But part of numbing out is hear no evil, see no evil. Yeah, you're just one of the fucking monkeys. I don't hear it, I don't see it, I don't smell it, I don't taste it. The monkeys. I don't see anything bad. I don't want to hear anything bad. The whole part of Pisces is about taking in all of it. All of it. That's what's hard about the quincunx between Libra and Pisces. Because it's like, Libra's very cardinal, air. I want to see the contrast of the day and the night. And I understand that there's this gray because I'm balancing night and day. But Pisces is like, this is the widest place of the whole system, the whole universe, like this wide universe. How do I understand it all? You can't balance it all out. Right? If you look farther than just the night and the day, or the sunset, there's a lot more going on than just that. Right? So, and this isn't about being tough. It's if we were to replace it, tough, with what tough really is right now, is like honoring your soul by not having the blinders on, by not having the earplugs blocking sound from the world, so you hear everything in your life, so you're aware of everything, right? Like, you can't numb out. You can't be like, I'm too sensitive, that's too loud. I'm too sensitive, that's too weird looking. You need to be able to see it all in order for you to actually understand what the fuck's going on. Straight up. So, and everything that you think it was going to be the last 6 months, crypto, all this shit, the future and what it holds and what it looks like is any of our egos have placed an order for are going to receive. So whatever you think this transit's about, it's about your ego being so fucking humbled about its egoic the ego trying to define the future on your own terms and how you see it yourself in there. And this is where, like, this idea of manifestation is bullshit. We're a cold system. It now has to be collaborative. Where do you fit in the universe in the whole, opposed to where do you try to control the universe around you? And again, all the manifestation people are like, oh my god, like, you guys are fucking going pieces of shit. But you guys won't admit it yet. You're trying to wrap the universe around you. You have to be part of a greater universe. You're lucky you're in it. You're a small speck in all of it. That doesn't give away your power, though, and how amazing you are as a soul. But it has to be reciprocal. You ask, what is spirit? What is the wider universe want you to be in? Have you asked? Or have you just been asking for yourself? What you see. So, it's okay for all of us to get humbled. Just don't get fucking humbled like hardcore. Because that means you're in delulu land. And it's tough for everyone. Everybody's going to feel more tired, even more. We've already gone through so much. And it's like, you're telling me it's going to be rougher? Yeah, it's going to get rougher. Because of how many blinders have been on and continue to stay on. Right? So, well, that's my new moon horoscope. I wasn't able to film. I could barely talk yesterday and Sunday night. Sunday night, today's Tuesday. And I woke up and could talk this morning, so. Nothing a little desert air can't help. And spitting up phlegm for a couple days nonstop. And sending my best. I hope everybody handles this all good. And yeah, I'm so excited to see my family. To leave my family for the first time like this was a humbling experience, to say the least. And it was sad, but it's also part of life too. So it's a hard one, but it's not easy FaceTiming your kids. Especially they've been sick, Sophia's been sick, so to not be able to be there for them, And then I've been sick too. It's like fuck. So, all right, everyone. Much love to you all, and I'll talk about 3A Atlas stuff in the next day or two. All right, well.
My dear friends, esteemed listeners,
It's the autoplay.
and seekers of
Yeah. I'm not going to go through that. Geez, the kookaburra went off. 106.
I just got something. Just ate something. Oh, wait, hold on, mate. Oh, there you go. How cool is that? I just finished eating it, whatever it was. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it was. It was fucking epic. Yeah. This is going to look good on this now. Oops, I don't do it with your man. Yeah, that's good. Fixed it. It'll top though. Man, I can't tap the right thing. Now I've locked it. How fun it is. That's so much fun to do with devices. That's pretty good. It's weird. I don't need that anymore. slowly getting better. Just, my stomach's just screwed. That's that gone. It's fucking cold. It's weird though, I'm cold, but then I end up sweating. Better not end up sweating again. That sucks. I'm not going soon anyway. Come back later. Had a day at home, resting. Didn't even go get coffee. Didn't rest my legs. Rest all the whole body. The foot, the leg, fucking shin, calf area. Calf, kind of down the bottom. raining. Right, again. Yep, I think so. Been raining all day, on and off. Drifting off. Don't want to sleep yet. Gonna stay awake. It's hard when you want to rest, but you don't want to sleep. I'm not comfortable now with my legs. It's like too relaxing. I'm fall asleep. I'm not careful. You get that weird, whatever stomach thing as well. Kind of sucks. Yeah, it's going away. Pretty much is going away. And my legs pretty much have healed, but I just want to do it some more, a little bit more. I can actually do stuff. I can feel my foot like actually is close, so to speak. Like my ankle's fucked. Do some stuff. Pretty hot now. See, I can't regulate the temperature for shit. I'm gonna cruise. Peace out. I'll see you a bit later or something. Or just later evening, maybe. Yeah, peace out. Stay magical, stay tasty. Oh.